please settle down. Only 1 minute.
Well, good morning everybody. We're back. It's day 8 here in Estonia, Tallinn. This is the Epbf Predator European Championships, and what a day we have in store for everybody today. Last night we had the drama of the losers qualification matches in the men's teams, and now we move into the last 16 single elimination of the men's teams. And even more exciting, following the matches teams today, we move into the finals of the 8 ball from 2:30. We have the quarterfinals, semi-finals and the finals today, so plenty of exciting pool for all. But this match we're focusing on Poland versus Croatia. I'm sure we're in for an exciting battle here. Table 1, this is 9 ball. We have Daniel Masior versus Antasola. Table 2, Konrad Jusicin against Michał Bartol in the 10 ball, and Table 3 is Mateusz Snegoci versus Roberto Bartol on the 8 ball, just outside there on Table 3. My name is Graham Hickman, and I'm here with my good friend Mark White, and we will be talking you through this 9 ball match. And what a match we've got to kick off this morning, Mark. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Looking forward to this little bit of 9 ball. Can't be a little bit of 9 ball every now and then, can you? One thing you don't want though is a start like that, dry break, and leaving the 1 ball over the corner. Awkward queuing though, Graham. Difficult to get a look at the 2 ball from here, but one he's got to take on, I think.
Yeah, good call, and it's nice to have a bit of 9 ball. Agree. It was awesome last night. We had 9 ball drama for Estonia home team to get over 2-1 versus Croatia. The young Karl Naderberg came over Roman Hebla was 5-0 down in that match. He was. Home crowd got behind him and he ended up winning 9-7. What a match. You should watch that back, anybody who hasn't had a chance to see it live last night. But Daniel going for this one ball, like you said, maybe taking his medicine, trying to maybe leave a shot on the 2, but I think we're in for fireworks this morning. This could be a good battle.
It was a nice idea. Played it rail first. Thought he caught it just maybe slightly thin. Collided into another ball, which has robbed him a position. I think he may still have just a little piece of this blue 2. Yeah, I saw all the chat about the Gnadenberg result. I'll have to watch that back. I know Roman personally, married to Yvonne Ullmann-Hebler, one of my good friends as well. He's a very, very fierce competitor, Roman, and I reckon that will have hurt him, that defeat. Roman actually has a young son who plays very, very well himself, and who you can expect to see in the very near future, I think, on the stage.
Ooh, I thought that was going to just do a little bit of craziness there and sneak in. Apologies. Yeah, I think it's it definitely hurt him a little bit from last night. You could see in his body, and from when he was 5-0 up, he was cruising, and all of a sudden the momentum and everything just shifted. I have to say, Carl was very shaky at the beginning, but then all of a sudden the pool gods seemed to work in his favour. A few little nudges, a few little lucky bumps, and some crazy stuff happened in his favour, and Roman just couldn't believe it. He did scratch a few times, so we helped him along the way, but that's pool mark. It was great to have the Estonian home crowd there, all shouting and screaming, obviously supporting their home team. It was very nice to see and hear. Great stuff, just what we want. Pool drama.
Nice view there of the left-hander. Very, very sound technical wise. Daniel Maciel, super nice guy as well. Always good to chat with him around the venues. That's what I miss about not actually being there, you know, being on the ground with the troops, so to speak, getting the inside scoop on what's happening at the venue. But at least we're here in spirit, hey.
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
well played.
That's a good shot. Jump cue could be coming out here, maybe.
Yeah, and the 5-ball possibility here as well with the carom. Send the 2-ball back down by the 3-9 is a good option, I think, here.
Yeah, I think he's got a few good things can happen here with a good firm hit on this too. There's plenty of balls down the bottom of the table for cover. Just wants to make sure it's a solid hit. Try and leave some distance.
Tried the 7 the other way. Maybe just focusing, of course, on the getting that 2-ball safe. Played it well. Here's a thin edge here, Graham.
Yeah, I think he has. These can always be a little bit tricky, Mark. Can make you look a little bit silly when you try and hit them so thin. You end up catching them thick because you don't want to miss the ball. Delicate. Yeah, he's caught it ever so slightly thicker, but there's plenty of traffic down there. Could be jump shot again, maybe here. Unless you can see it, but it's tight. Maybe you can.
Yeah, what about kicking this from the back, getting that 9 moving maybe? Or can he get through to it? Well, he can. So real cagey start for a game of 9-ball, isn't it? Most unusual.
Yeah, it does happen. It does happen. Time to time. Doesn't want to take any risks, but I don't think any real risks have presented themselves just yet. Apart from this one, there's an opportunity here. The 2-ball does go in the top right corner pocket. 3-ball's pretty close proximity, so not a bad opportunity here. Play this a little bit top left and try and come above the 9 if you can. I think you can get there.
Yeah, could even stay behind the 9 in case he does miss it.
Yeah, he's tried to play a bit of both ways. Good call. Lovely shot. Nicely done. 4 balls waiting there as well, Mark. So this is all of a sudden now one good shot there. It's got him into a very good chance to take this opening rack. 7 and 8, pretty close to pockets. Yeah, this looks good. So we'll have to come off 2 reels, maybe 3. Yeah, he's just tapped there with the cue where we'd like to get the cue ball. This is a pretty straightforward shot for a top class player. He needs to make sure he gives it enough pace to get past that 9. I'm sure he will. If anything, he might be a bit over, but he's going to be on the cushion. Not sure the angle here, Mark. This 7 ball's a little bit just closer to the short reel, so middle of the table might just work, but this is a little bit more trickier than he thought.
Well, not what he was looking for at all. Can he just swerve around this slightly? A little bit of left-hand spin would help the pot. Other than that, he's kicking 1 rail, and the 1 rail kick it is, so this is not guaranteed, this. So a little bit of a mistake on the position to the 6 ball. And there you see it, Graham. Whenever you're kicking at a ball, you're never guaranteed, and it's kind of exactly the same position, diagonally across the table, look.
Yeah.
It's a funny old game, isn't it, Paul?
Yeah, exactly. Can't make this though. This one's a little bit more makeable. You can choose to play it up and down and maybe come back for the 8 on the side. If you just get a bit too much of the 7, you can still land on the 8 in the top left corner. Oh, he's missed it. Oof. Oh. Incredible. Just caught it a little bit fat there, Mark, didn't he? And that's why it's drifted over to the left side of the table.
Yeah, I thought he'd missed it. That was a nice stroke. He has got a really, really nice stroke. This guy times the ball so beautifully. So a grueling first rack, a real grind to take the first rack. But you know, Steve Davis always used to say he used to put all his efforts into winning that first frame of snooker, because it set the tone for the rest of the match. Always focused 100% on winning that first rack. Always important, isn't it, Graham? You think to get on the board, you feel like you're part of the match. Beautiful trophies there.
Yeah, definitely. I think that obviously there's been quite a few pool over these last days with the straight pool, 8 ball and 10 ball, but still in every match, doesn't matter how much you've played, you always want to settle in. I know Daniel's been on the stream tables a few times, just the way the matches have worked. I'm not sure if Sola has had much table time on other tables. I definitely haven't seen him playing personally, but maybe some of the other commentators have picked him up on a different match. Nice break, bit of a kick. Wow.
3 down. And a look at the 3. They are playing under a 35-second shot clock, 60 seconds after the break, and 1 25-second extension each per rack. Referees have got their little stopwatches. The traditional side-to-side safety there, Graham, just containing for now.
Yeah, it's becoming more traditional than going for the aggressive banks, that's for sure. A bit more trying to keep control of the table. He has left an edge though, so yeah. So Antasola has a good chance here to try and get him hooked on those 2 balls to the right side of the table. There's a cue ball going, Mark. It's not what he wanted to do.
It's in the drink. It's gone swimming.
Yeah, he had a good chance there, you know. Daniel left him a sniff to try and put him in a bit of trouble. He's gifted it back.
John Schmidt says when the cue ball goes down, he says it's taken the subway.
Yeah, gone on its holidays. Yeah, I don't see any problems here. These 3 balls are all pretty nicely located. Just bring the cue ball back to where it is now would be perfectly fine. Taking a nice angle on the 6. Look to get straight on the 7 just to have a nice little stop shot on the for the 9. And as ever, we said this before, Mark.
The first rack.
Yeah, and you know, I think we've commentated on Daniel's matches before. He just looks so calm, chilled. Nothing seems to be phasing him. Very relaxed individual. Hardly ever see any big mannerisms from him or frustrations of any signs or anything. I like his composure.
It's almost robotic-like. I don't mean that in a stiff sense of the word, like you normally think of robots, but his temperament and focus is just so solid. And he's got that beautiful technique to go with it as well. Plus he's a left-hander. He's got that little bit of flair in him that left-handers seem to have more than right-handers for some reason. All to do with the part of the brain that they're using, apparently. I'm not a neuroscientist by any chance, stretch of the imagination, Graham, in case you didn't know.
Really? I thought that was your part-time work on the side.
It was, but I didn't last very long at it. I didn't have the patience for it.
But don't bump. That's what we need.
He's here all week.
Exactly. So give the white ball a clean. We have a 3-point
stock.
3-point system, Mark.
Difference, isn't it, to the first rack? Sorry, we're just to let you know, guys. We are not in the same room. We are remote. Graham is in Newcastle, up there in that beautiful northeast of England, and I'm in Thailand. So we might just talk over each other occasionally because we do have a slight delay. So apologies for that in advance.
It's all good. The joys of technology, but it does give us a privilege to have fantastic people coming from all over the world to help us do all types of commentary, which is exciting. I was just saying it's a 3-point rule on the break, Mark, so they do need to make 3 points, otherwise it will be classed as an illegal break and handed back to the opponent. But what that means by 3 points is if you pocket a ball, that counts as 1 point, and if you get a ball past the break line, that's also classed as another point. So a combination of pocketing balls and balls going up the table, you need to make a total of 3, and then you are okay to continue.
Very well explained, that.
Yeah, 3-point system can be a bit complicated. Not everybody plays it, but it is becoming more and more common. Just makes the break a little bit more, I think it makes it a bit more interesting, because then players can't do a very, very soft break, if you like, just to try to, I don't know, soft breaks were quite common back in the days, but now that's gone the journey. We have break boxes, we have point systems, everything to make it a little bit more difficult, I think, is the real reason.
Yeah, I can't say I agree with the 3-point system. I mean, you can still smash them hard, you can get some really unlucky kisses, you can the ball can catch the point of the middle pocket, and you end up not making 3 points when you've hit them way harder than necessary. So I'm not a fan of the 3-point, to be honest, but I do get it. There needs to be some kind of system. You can have the referees warning them if they're not hitting them hard enough, but yeah, I don't know, it's just one of them them rules that I'm not particularly a fan of.
Yeah, I can understand. I think it's more just the whole interpretation of how hard did somebody hit it. You're letting somebody else make that decision. Whereas I guess technically the point system is either you did or you didn't. I can understand both ways. I'm sure there's a lot of personal preference. I think it just comes down to how skillful these players are today, Mark. They've got these breaks absolutely locked in their mind. There's so many different ways they can pot balls. So anything to make it a little bit more exciting, why not?
Yeah, exactly. Look, I'm not saying I'm not really saying I don't agree with it. There has to be some system. There's been talk about a speed gun. That is the definitive one, isn't it? A speed gun that would do it totally. And unarguably, he's got some guns on him, hasn't he? This Daniel Maciel. Look, I'm sure he works out.
He's worked out how to pot some balls off the break because he's making a good job of this so far. Flying here with a 3-0 lead and a chance to go 4-0. This could be a very pivotal, important match, Mark, because on the other tables you can see that Croatia is ahead in both of them, ever so slightly, just 2-1 in both of those games, in the 8-ball and the 10-ball. So Daniel doing what he needs to do on his table, but Poland a little bit on the back foot against the Bartol brothers. They're both 2-1 up at the moment. Does a 6 go, Mark? Down the side past the 9, you think? I think it does.
I think it does, yeah. Could even leave himself a carom on the 9 if he so wished. But with so few balls on the table, the run out. Yeah, I think the 6 does go.
Yeah, good angle there. Could even use a little bit of the rail. Just wants to get pretty good position on this, so probably going to swing this off 2 rails. 7-ball does come into play a little bit, because if you just go below the 7, just leave it a little bit more thin. You'd love to be behind the 6 on these types of shots when it is quite tight. You'd love to be able to see the ball and the pocket. Makes it a little bit easier. That's why he's trying to get close to it. What a great shot he's played, yeah. That's a fantastic shot. Well done.
Here's the answer to our earlier question, Graham. It flew in. Impressive stuff here from the tall pole. So much great talent in Poland. I've renamed it Poland.
Yeah, they're an incredibly strong team, and I think definitely one of the favourites to push for this men's title. Of course, we still have other teams in there are equally dangerous. Obviously Estonia still there, Germany, Team Netherlands, France, and let's not forget the Team Austria. So we have some interesting teams still in the mix, Mark. I think for sure we're going to see some fireworks as we move towards the conclusion of this team's event.
Yeah, I think you'd have to say on paper, pick between 3 really. Poland, Austria and Germany. I think Estonia, of course, give them a little bit extra because they are on home soil, but Poland have won it the last 2 years. No team has ever won it 3 years in a row, so they're looking to make a little bit of history as well, and who's to say they can't?
No reason why not. But we need to focus on this last 16 match first to keep that dream alive. It's a pretty okay break, but he doesn't have a shot on the 2 here, so he's opting for a kick rather than a push. Yeah, I've seen his plan there. I think he tried to leave the 2 ball where the 2 was and trying to send the 2 ball away. He might have put a Bit of a problem in the middle of the table there with that 7 ball. I think it goes in the bottom left.
Yeah, surprised to see him kick at that. Especially being 4-0 behind, he's going to be in trouble here. Behind the 3, or the 4 rather.
Yeah, he left it nice
And
there, didn't
the
he?
9-7 to boot.
Yeah, good call, Mark. He left him quite nice on that 2 ball, just for a finesse little draw shot to hook him. Looks like he can maybe get to the 1 reel, so that makes it a little bit easier to hit the 2 ball. Daniel would have loved to have had him a bit further over to avoid this, make it a bit more difficult. Well, how about that for Apples? What a shot he's played there. Very unlucky not to get a shot on the 3, but what a shot.
Well, why not just kick this one in as well? Kick it 2 rails in the side. Maybe even make the 9 in the side here. There's a call.
Might be a good shot, you know. Wow. What a shot he's played there. He has left an edge, but from that position to play 2 very good kick shots. Very nice.
Done very well. Now, how much of this does Daniel have? Does he have enough to play the hook in behind the 4 again?
Yeah, I don't know. It's tough to see. Is he looking at the pot? I don't think so. Surely, he might only have an edge, but something. Maybe he is going for the pot. Yeah, he is. He's going into something. Oh wow, scratched.
Well, he's opened up. Oh no, how unlucky is that? And he's opened up the problem that was existing. The 7-9, no longer a problem for the Croatian this time. So good chance to get on the board. Croatia, beautiful country, really is.
Yeah, this is why we love pool, Mark, right? As well, from one moment ago where Daniel's played a great safety shot, looking to be in full control. All of a sudden the ball gets kicked in, then it kicks safe. Daniel plays a little bit offensive and ends up giving ball in hand. It's just crazy sometimes. The pool can swing from one side to the other.
Yeah, that little sequence of 4 shots, wasn't it, Graham? Just swung both ways. Advantage Poland, advantage Croatia, advantage Poland, advantage Croatia.
Does have to play this 7 in the side, so pace management is important here. This looks to be really good. Oh, what a great shot. This is good for Anta to get one on the board here, I think, because this match was running a little bit away from him. Just it was going that way, but all of a sudden he can get one in, try and settle himself down.
Yeah, and all credit to him as well, because that kick on the 2 was the start of it, and then a great escape kick on the 3. Daniel makes an incredible shot on the 3, scratches in the side, opens up the 7-9, and this young man is about to get his first rack on the board. Good rack of pool, Graham.
Yeah, had a bit of everything. Good shots, some good safeties, and nice to get a bit of a mix. I do enjoy it when you have a little bit of kick, because then we do get to see a little bit of highlights. We know players can run racks, Mark. That's not what we get the drama from. Players running racks is what they do every day, but when you have kick safes and jumps, and this is where I think when the 9 ball starts tomorrow, I think it starts, we will see some super shots in the mix. Just the nature of the game.
Well, I think I'd better get myself another sheet. I've only got 1 sheet left. I think I might need 2 or 3 for the 9 ball to mark my little shots down, that then head their way to the Predator team, who make them into highlight reels, and that's what you see on the ProBilliardSeries.com webpage and on their Facebook page. And while we're talking about that, for all the latest scores, schedules and all the good stuff like that, you can head over to Epbf website as well. All the info you need is on there for the 2025 Predator Epbf European Championships. Daniel breaking off in control still, 4-1. Oh, look at the one.
I think it's a legal break as well. Yeah, you only potted one ball, and only one ball went up past the head string, past the break line. So if you can pot this one, it's a half chance here, Mark, straight away. I think you can.
See, that's an example of where I think the 3-point rule doesn't work, because he's hit them just as hard as he's hit every other break. A ball catches the point of the pocket, doesn't go past the head string. He's made a ball.
Yeah, I can see that point. A little bit hard done by, I guess. It's not like he did anything wrong. It was a good hit, potted a ball, like you say, and just the unfortunate combination of caroms with balls just didn't give him the points, if you like. So I can see that side of it for sure. Feels a bit harsh when you feel like you haven't done anything really wrong.
It's kind of like being stopped for speeding in your car. You were doing 29 on your speedometer, but the police radar says you were doing 31. Ticket.
Yeah. Yeah, but
Don't know where that analogy came from, but it's early morning.
yeah, but it's a fair point. But I'm sure Fanta does not mind at all, and he will happily take the opportunity to pick up the pieces from that. His work both ways, but at this moment he's got a chance to get straight back to 4-2, and also it would be his break next, so a great chance to already close this gap very quickly.
Yeah, Bartol 3-1 up as well on Conrad Musician at the moment.
Yeah, Team Croatia putting in a good effort here.
So illegal break is going to cost Daniel Maciel. Rack number 6, it will be 4-2. And it will be the Croatian breaking. In case you just joined us, guys, and you're wondering how they're racking the balls, the table is tapped. The template is placed on the table. The balls are then tapped into the holes in that template, making little indentations in the cloth. Doesn't harm the slate or anything, just puts a little indentation in the cloth. Holds the balls together. There's no need for a rack or a template rack, and the balls sit very, very nicely, and they rack very, very quickly as well, which is a real benefit as far as I'm concerned, a real plus.
Yeah, definitely saves a lot of time. He's got the one on the side. Oh, he's got another ball. Is that 8 ball going to go past the head string? I don't know if it is. Could be a legal break back. I think it is. That's a perfect example of where he hit a very good break.
Yeah, there you go. You see, that makes the rule ridiculous in my eyes. I mean, he's made 2 balls. One ball barely makes the head string, and it's an illegal break. Kind of justice for Daniel, I think, after his last break, you know. So I guess it evens itself out in the long run. He's jumping this.
I was a bit unlucky there. I fancied him to get that one. Obviously didn't have an easier shot as Andy did in the last rack from an illegal break, but I did fancy him to get that one. It was a pretty straight jump. These players are so adept with those jump cues. When it's straight and near a pocket, they pop more than they miss, that's for sure.
I'd go as far to say, you know, that's a bad miss from Daniel, to be honest. I know it sounds harsh, but you'd expect them to get them. Nice bank shot. He's on the warpath, he's on the way back.
Yeah, momentum's just shifted a bit here. It seems to be, all of a sudden it was all Daniel, and now it's all Andy and all Croatia. Got a little bit of a fire in his step. Looks to be very much more confident, that's for certain.
Nicely judged. Played with some inside spin, some left hand spin, swinging it round 3 rails.
Yeah, a little nudge on the 5, but no harm. And he's actually left not a bad angle here. You could probably do the same again. Maybe go possibly 2 rails. Could actually draw it in between the 9 and the 6 if he wants to avoid risking going behind the... Yeah, I like that shot actually. Take away the risk of going around the back of the 6. That's a smart shot. Now he's got a good angle to draw up the table towards the 8. Maybe even have to play it with top spin. Or draw, hard to tell from this angle, but yeah, he's drawing it centre table. Oh, lovely angle just to go up the table there. It's great stuff, this, Mark. He's coming back with all guns blazing.
Yeah, I do like to see both players at the table. Don't want to see a runaway, and with alternate break, that's what you do get. At least you get equal chance for both players. That's one rule I think is absolutely spot on. Alternate break. Yeah, nicely done. Now let's just talk about the equipment very, very quickly. The Predator Arc table, which was produced for the Euro Tour in the new 5-year partnership deal that was signed, and the Simonis cloth and the Aramith balls, I think, is just the perfect combination of equipment that affords itself for the best possible pull. Those tables really, really do look sexy and sensational as we zoom in on that beautiful gunmetal pocket, nice and flush. Nothing to be queuing over, grabbing the cue, just a nice flush corner pocket. Beautiful, well done, Predator. Hit them a bit harder this time.
Yeah, maybe thinking about that 3-point rule possibly. Even though he broke pretty good last time as well, you don't want to keep risking having an illegal break, but he's been a bit unlucky there. It's a good split, he's potted a few balls, but this is a little bit, yeah, one of those push-outs, Mark, where when the balls are so far spread, it's not an ideal position, but best he can do up there, maybe leave it just on the top rail.
Maybe push to a jump carom on the 9.
He's left the
He's
jump.
pushed to a jump.
There's a lot of reward in this jump. I mean, it's a very difficult one, Mark, let's be honest. But if he does make it, the 3 ball is up at the top of the table. And the cue ball, well, should land with a shot on the 3. This is a very high tariff, though. This is a tough one. Long distance.
Yeah, missed his last jump shot on the 2 in the side. This is much more difficult, as you say. Needs a bit of luck.
Can he get the edge? I think he can.
think he's-
Smile by Daniel there.
I think he's got the edge. Can he make it? Is there enough for the pot? I think there is, from the way he's looking. Or maybe there isn't. No, he's have kicking at this. 2 rails.
Wow.
Maybe 3. Oh, finish the contact. Scratch in the corner. No.
Bit of a tester, but a nice angle here. You can swing this off a couple of rails if he chooses. Just draw this in. Come naturally into the line of the 3. And judging by the angle going into the 3 mark, where the 4 ball is, it could be quite a nice layout. Obviously 4 to 6 is imperative, but I like the way the cue ball's rolling into the 3.
Yeah, can now drag this in. If he finishes close to the rail, he's okay. Just will have a slight angle where he can push over towards the 6 ball. So right tight on this rail.
Yeah, good call. I think that might be the smart option. He could try to play off the rail and come out a little bit, but then he's flirting with getting hooked. He's left this a bit straight, so he would have liked to have been, like you said, Mark, probably tight on that rail, so he could have squeezed it a little bit into the middle of the table. He'll have to play a shot here. I don't think he can go forward.
Yeah, bit of a mistake positional wise there. Can he run it round? Yeah, he might just have enough angle to play some left hand spin on this. No, taking his medicine. Finished dead straight. This is a tough shot. Oh, this is horrible.
Yeah, the only good thing is, all he needs to focus on, I say only, is the pot. If he makes the pot, the 8 ball is pretty much going to be guaranteed for position. So just a nice pace. Try and play it into the long reel if you can. Kind of fat the ball in somewhat. There you go. What a shot. Nicely judged. Made it look so easy, Mark. It's tough, that.
Yeah, no problem is it for these top pros, but still, you know, amazing when they do pot them with monotonous regularity. So some kind of normal service resumed. He had a little bit of a sticky patch there for a few racks, Daniel. Back in now, 5-3 ahead.
Yeah, and I think we're in for a bit of a treat with this match, because on the other tables, Matthias Snegucci is 3-3 with Roberto Bartol, so they're in a bit of a 8 ball battle there on table 3, just outside table 2 on the right side. But Michel Bartol is flying 6-1 up against Konrad Yusushin, so this makes this match even more exciting. That's assuming that Michel Bartol does go on to get to the 8 and beat Konrad. Well, let's keep an eye on that as we focus on this match with Antasola breaking. So Antasola to break. Hoping we get a break and run here. Oh, what a break. Where's the cue ball? It's being kicked in. That's very unlucky. That was a good break, that, Mark. He's going to push out here. Probably to the centre. Try and leave an edge maybe of the two. He could push down the rail just to the left of the 8 ball and leave a bit of an edge. Nice pushing down table. Could go for an aggressive bank here. Yes, look on. You will have to straighten it up, but it does look like it's on. Oh, what a great bank. Yeah, that was a tough push out really from the break, because he had a very good break there, did, and that unfortunately he couldn't get a shot on the 2. He tried to play some kind of containing push out, but unfortunately he did leave a bit of a tempting bank there, which Daniel didn't hesitate. One more good shot needed.
Yeah, this is to move within 2 racks of his victory, but of course it all depends on what's going on the other 2 tables. Shnigoki in action, Conrad in action.
Yeah, I was a little bit harsh there for Antasola, I think, on that break. He had a very, very good break. Just got a little bit of a kick from the centre of the table. I thought the cue ball was going to scratch for a moment, unfortunately. He had to play a push out. Maybe you could say there, Mark, wasn't really a good push out then if he left the tempted bank. Maybe a bit of a mistake.
Yeah, it's a bit of an art, isn't it, the push out, and I don't think it's something that you tend to practice, which maybe you could. Would be kind of an interesting little. I think one of the top players should bring out a little bit of a pushing drill to see, you know, to help people brush up on their pushing skills. Maybe that would be something maybe that Darren Appleton could come up with, or, you know, one of the more veteran type players, you know.
Yeah, the push out is such an interesting part of the game, because it's, I'm not going to say it's a forgotten art, but everybody talks about the obvious stuff. Where's the cue ball going, Mark? Oh wow, another phenomenal break. Great chance for Ante to come back here with a chance to clear up himself. But yeah, just on the push out, Mark, it's an interesting one. I agree, it's strange, because every player has different styles, and you're kind of in a very unique moment where you've got to think of your player a little bit and kind of maybe take their skill set into your mindset, because with the technology you touched on earlier, everyone is such a good jump out of the ball. So what do you do if your opponent is a fantastic jump out of the ball and you can also jump very, very well? Do you push into a jump? Because your opponent might just take you one, so it's a tough one.
Yeah, but that depends on whether, you know, lefty's playing a righty. You can take that into consideration as well, can't you? Because a left-hander might not be able to reach the jump that you push to, but yourself as a right-hander, you can. So I think it's a fascinating part of the game which maybe deserves just a little bit more attention.
It's a good debate. Definitely one to have over coffee or a dinner or a beer. Let us know in the chat your thoughts on the push out. It's a very interesting side of the game, and it is quite common when you're playing 9-ball. Looks good. Nice angle. Twists and turns in this match so far. It's going back and forwards between Croatia and Poland. So the closer we get to that magic number of 9, it's going to be interesting to see how it unfolds over these next few racks. With 2 more balls, and Croatia will close this to 6-4, and a chance on the break of Antasola to get this back to 6-5. Wonder if somebody will take a timeout in this match. Sometimes they don't. When momentum moves around, Mark, and players feel the swing, sometimes taking a moment just to compose yourself towards a critical time in the matches. People do take breaks.
Yeah, I think as long as you're in control of your emotions and you're feeling that you're playing okay. I mean, you know, you can't do too much about an unlucky scratch on the break, or, you know, not making the 3-point rule. I think if you're feeling okay, just stay in the arena and get the job done, kind of thing. It's not like either player isn't playing well, is it, Graham?
Yeah, fully agree. Big break coming up here. I feel like they've been dialed in a little bit on the break. There seems to have found a spot. There you go. Oh, nice 2 little bumps. Will that 2 go in the side? I think it will, Mark. This is a great chance to get the 6-5 here. Just what he needed.
Yeah, 4-0 down. Didn't look like anything was going to happen for the Croatian, but he's stuck with it. He's about to move within 1.
Yeah, it reminds me a little bit of last night watching the Estonia match. I said Roman Hiblai was 5-0 up and cruising. All of a sudden, Estonia just came back bit by bit. A few things started to happen on the side of Roman's game. A little bit like Daniel's, had a few scratches, a dry break, a scratch. Little things have started to happen, and all of a sudden the deficit gets a lot closer. The pressure starts to mount. Oh, he's a little bit short here, maybe. Might just be okay. Draw off that long side rail on the left and come back to the middle of the table. I think the 9's just low enough to avoid, I think, Mark here. Should be okay.
A reminder, the last 8 of the men's 8-ball coming up. Young Max Benko, what a tournament he's having. He's up against the man of the moment, Tobias Bongers. Kasper up against Exposito, Sanjin Perlevanovic, who was, I think, my pick, wasn't it, right at the beginning? You might seem to remember, or maybe you've forgotten about that one, Graham. He's up against Mark Maggie from Estonia, and Albin Ocean, the pick of the round. Albin Ocean up against Wojtek Shevchik. Those matches coming up for you later on, guys, so lots of great pool to look forward to. We will crown our 8-ball men's champion this evening.
Yes, I haven't forgot about your pick, Mark, don't worry. I've made a note of that one. We will discuss that a little later, day to day, I'm sure. But yeah, Sanjin has had a little bit of interesting matches on his journey to where he is. 8-7s and stuff, and things have gone a bit wild. I think you said it in one of the matches we commentated on. Sometimes the stars align. You have to have things happen in tournaments. You need a little bit of luck. I do remember Darren Appleton saying that as well many years ago. You can play great, but you do have to have a little bit of luck in tournaments due to all the matches. Sometimes it's your time.
I mean, look at the 8-ball he missed last night against Dennis. Could have lost that match, but didn't. Well, this isn't ideal. It's okay, but didn't really have the angle to get straight in on this 9-ball. So just a little bit of a tester to go level.
Yeah, he just kind of stunned that rather than got a little bit too much out with the cue ball. This is a tester, but no problem. And there you go, 5-4. We have a match here. The pressure's going to start to build over these remaining few racks, and a big break coming up for Daniel. He hasn't had a chance in the last few racks off his break with a scratch and illegal, and so he's hoping to get a good one here.
Well, I do love my little facts about the places where we travel around the world. And we are in Tallinn, Estonia, and Estonians are a nation of singers. I actually once saw a choir of 30,000 people singing at a place called Laulaväljak, which translates to Song Square. And they have been in the Guinness Book of Records for as having as many as 300,000 people all singing folk songs at the same time. The whole nation came together. That's how they got through their difficult times. They used the power of song. Daniel using the power of that cue ball there to break the 3-point rule. He's okay. He's got to look at the 2-ball.
Yeah, that was a great break. Just what the doctor ordered. Needs to go a little bit more. Yeah, he's left-handed, so this will work in his favour. I don't think the 5's a problem in terms of leaning over. I mean, he's a tall guy, so that's no problem. Just come straight down the table. Maybe a little bit of right, just to bring it a touch closer to the 5. Nicely judged. It's just what he needed, this mark. A nice break to keep Anta at arm's length.
I think he's such a consistent player. You know, I saw him in Puerto Rico back in 2023, reached the final of the Puerto Rico Open there against Carlo Biardo. Just lost out narrowly to Carlo on that occasion, but he's been there or thereabouts ever since then. He's been around playing top stuff now for a few years. Saw him at the Maldives Open as well. I believe he lost in the semi-finals in that.
Yeah, very
One of
steady.
my favourites to watch.
Yeah, I agree. He's very steady, and like I said before, he seems to just manage all situations in a very cool and calm, collected way. And his timing around the table is very relaxed. Very rarely do you see him jab at a shot or have a crazy one. It's very compact. That's why he does the damage at the moment, and he's going to be very dangerous going forward in his pool career. That's for certain. He's going to win a lot of events, I feel.
Daniel, the dependable, with the 9-ball, gets his nose back in front once again.
Yeah, Conrad's coming back on that other table. Just a quick update, Mark. It's now 6-4. He was 6-1 down in that match to Michel Bartol. It's now 6-4. And Matthias Snegocci taking a little bit of a lead over Roberto Bartol. Now 6-3 in front. So all of a sudden the tables have turned a touch in Poland's favour, I would say. Makes this match even more important.
Mentioned the quarterfinals, guys, of the men's 8-ball. That's at 2:30 today, and Then we have the semi-finals for you at 4:30, and the final that Graham and myself will be commentating on will be at 7 p.m. tonight local time. So lots of great stuff to look forward to. Cannot wait to do the final with you, Graham.
Yeah, looking forward to that. Should be good fun. We also have the women's as well, I think, around the same time as well, so we could be privileged to have a few exciting matches across both tables, all coming to a nice closing of the 8-ball today, and then we move on to the 9-ball properly from tomorrow. Another good break here. Shot required here, nicely done. We're seeing some great breaks at the moment on this match, Mark. I have to say the balls have been opening and disappearing quite nicely.
Tables are breaking beautifully. A round of applause for the tapper. Neither player really has done too much wrong, have they, Graham? Nothing that sticks in my mind anyway.
No, I agree. Maybe a little bit of a bad roll here or there. A couple of scratches have been kicked in. Nothing that stands out where you think, wow, how did he miss that, or anything like that. So I think it's been down to the break mostly. Either had to play a push out, which maybe hasn't gone their way, or a jump shot that didn't work out. But other than that, in terms of pocketing balls and running the tables, it's been pretty even both sides. Very fine margins.
Can play some stun left on this. Come round 2 rails, coming in towards the angle of the 9 to the bottom right hand corner, or you could draw straight off it.
Yeah, he just had enough to draw to the side rail.
Going with the break, Graham.
Yeah, this is huge now because he needs to try and still keep an advantage going in. He'd love to get on the hill here on this break and replicate what he did in the last rack. And I'll be hoping for a chance. I mean, when he was 4-0 up, did we imagine a 7-7 situation? I don't think we really did, and if truth be told, so I think all of a sudden this break is very, very high pressure. Makes a ball. No shot. Yeah, I wonder if he can just... He's got 2 options here. He could play a very thin edge on the 1 and try and hide behind the 8, but I think he might just maybe bank the 1 away and get some cover. Oh, he's put it over the middle mark. Now you talk about mistakes, I have to say that's probably the first big one that we could really call.
Crucial game this in this race to 9.
Yeah, these balls are pretty okay now. One more good shot. Really to get nice on this 4. 6 and the 7 needs a bit of attention just because of the close proximity. If he lands a little bit thin on the 6, he will be going into the 7. So it needs a little bit of care. Of course, he has to contend with 4 and 5 in first. A little bit further than he would have liked. So this is now the key shot in this rack. See, if he lands where the cue ball is now, Mark, he could probably just squeeze that and avoid the 7. Maybe just to flick it ever so slightly. So, key shot coming up.
Just strokes it in. 2 big clashes in the women's 8 ball coming up for you later, guys. Pia Fila up against Bulgaria's Kristina Zleteva, and Olivia Zaleska is up against none other than Jasmine Ocean. Just 2 of the matches to come later on as well on the women's side in the 8 ball. Really is a big day in the 2025 European Championships. Predator and Epbf coming together to bring you top class athletes competing against each other for European titles. Such an exciting time for Paul, isn't it, Graham?
Yeah, I think I said this to maybe Tim, or I'm not sure who I said it to, but is there a better time to be a young pool player than right now? I'd probably love to hear an argument. I think there's so much pool, so much choice. Pick a place in the world you want to go and play a tournament, and I'm sure you'll find one. Not only just logo wise, but on the big stage. There's tournaments everywhere, and when you see arenas and set up like this, and what? I thought he missed that, Mark. A little shake of the head there. That was a pressure moment. Needs to take a moment on this. Wouldn't be surprised if he takes an extension. Maybe not. That was a huge moment. But yeah, pool's in a great place, Mark. I think it's growing and growing. Kind of wish I was 25 years younger, mate.
Yeah, Paul or no Paul, I wish I was 25 years younger as well. I'd go back and teach myself a few lessons, that's for sure. But no, just going back to the point of so much pool to be played. You know, the great thing is you used to get knocked out of a tournament and you used to lick your wounds, and you never had another tournament for another month or maybe 2 months. But now there's one every week that you can play in if you so choose to. So that's raising the standard as well, isn't it? Players staying, you know, in dead punch for long periods of time and not really having to practice so much. Still practicing, of course, but the real practice is coming in the tournaments, which is great.
Yeah, fully agree, Mark. And we just talked about a timeout a moment ago. I think probably this is a good time to have one, because this is getting super intense. And if you want to talk about intensity, Konrad Yushin doing what he does best in 10 ball. It's now 6-6. Michel Bartol was 6-1 down, and that's on stream table 2 as well. So we have a 7-7 here and a 6-6 on table 2. How about that for morning drama?
Oh, I don't know about the players, but I need to step out and have a little bit of a breather as well. I need to go and grab myself a bottle of water from the fridge. I'll be back soon.
Yeah, just great view here. We can just see on the other table there Conrad at the table, and he's pulled out some kind of miracle recovery here because he was 6-1 down. He's now 7-6 up. He's at the table kicking something. It looks like he's on the hill with a little bit of control. So exciting match over there. But Daniel's back. And we are now in for the conclusion of this 9-ball match. 7-7, race to 9. It started out, but now it's a race to 2. And the advantage, I have to say, is with Croatia, I think, Mark. He's got the break, and the momentum is a little bit their side, at least in this match.
Well, let's hope it's a legal break and we don't have anything decided by that. If ever he wanted a break and run now, put some pressure on, it'll be the first time that he's led in this competition, sorry, in this particular match. Excuse me while I just go and put my teeth back in, would you, Graham?
Yeah, it's getting exciting for all of us. The wing ball gets the 1 ball. Where's the 2 going to dress up? It's going behind the 4, I think. The white.
Oh dear.
Well, push out required. And I'm wondering, Mark, if from the last push out that he did, it wasn't, I could argue it wasn't the best, because he left a bank for Daniel and he banked the 2 and ran out. So this one, I think he's probably going to be a little bit more careful. Yeah, I kind of like where he's looking here. Leave an edge of the 2, push it to the right side of the table.
Yeah, I think this is the right push, but what he doesn't want to do is leave a possible cross corner bank here for Daniel.
I think it's a bit close to the rail as well, so the double kiss probably is in his mind a little bit here. Yeah, it's a bit funky. Might give it back, you know, just because it's, don't know where you can get the cover. He's going to have to miss the 3 ball coming up if he plays the edge. Or is he going to try and hit it extremely thin and go 2 rails, kind of come inside the 9? This is not easy.
He doesn't want to give it back. It's a good push. Using
It's one of them
60 seconds.
Yeah, it's one of them 50-50 ones, Mark. He's not sure. I don't know what's going on here. Oh, the other teams are over. Wow, how about that, Mark? So we're not going to get the conclusion. No, so they must have. Yeah, so what's happened there? Yeah, Snegochi won 8-4 and Conrad has pulled out the great escape. And he's won that match 8-6, Mark. What about that?
Well, the ending that we didn't expect. I still want to see what he would have played on the 2 ball. I wish he'd have played. Yeah, he's going to play it. Look, there you go. Look.
Double kiss was on.
Yeah, he got the double kiss. He got the double kiss. I'm happy now because we wanted to see what was going to happen. Very nicely done.
Yeah, but that's how the teams go, Mark. Unfortunately, all games maybe don't get the end result we hope for. But there you go, Croatia. Unlucky. Poland move on to the next rounds in the quarterfinals later on in the week. But for now, Mark and I will step out. We will be back shortly for the next team matches in the following schedules. We will see you again soon. Bye for now.
Touch it. Immer muss ich gegen den Besten spielen. Na. Und er? Gegen mein Buddy. Eigentlich mit Shot Clock. Schon, gell? Hier schon. Schauen wir uns Wörterle.
Well, hello to all our pool fans tuning in from around the globe. Welcome to day 8 of the 2025 Epbf Predator European Pool Championships. We're bringing you today's matches from the European capital of sport, Tallinn in Estonia. And the match we bring to you right now is the team event in the last 16. In particular, on our live stream table today is the 9-ball. I'm Gethin Davis, and joining me in the booth today, and to introduce our players, is the wonderful Joris van Amersfoort. Hello, Joris.
Good morning, 11 o'clock Dutch time, and this means 12 o'clock in Estonia. Good morning, Gethin, and the players has already lagged, and the players we're going to watch on this stream is from Austria, Mario Hay against Fabio Ricci from France. Now, Fabio has won the leg, so he will kick off this first rack of the match.
And for you and I, Joris, we haven't had much 9-ball yet in this tournament. That will start tomorrow.
Indeed. So good to have a quick view of that game already.
Well, I can tell you something, Joris. The Austrians have brought a very strong team today, and both these teams will be eager to get through to our quarterfinals. So I think Fabio, if he can continue to break like this with an alternate break format, could be keeping a strong position.
Yes, most definitely. Team Austria is playing with the same 3 people that they played the other team matches. This needs to stop rolling, by the way. Ooh, no, maybe if the cut is on, or he has to bank it.
Yeah. TV table, just getting to grips with the pace of the cloth. But yeah, that come just a little bit too far, Joris, I think. He may be forced to.
Yeah, for the bank. Where's the cue ball going? Oh! His heart must have skipped a beat there.
Absolutely, he had a little bit of an exhale. However, that little clip on the middle jaws has put him in a beautiful spot for the 3, so he won't be too disappointed.
Definitely not. Nicely maneuvered around the 9-ball. Yes, so from France we can see Fabio Ricci at the table. He's playing a lot of tournaments in France. And already in the scene for quite some years.
And he doesn't seem to be daunted about the prospect of playing Mario, who we both know is up there with the best.
Yeah, so the teams, it's 3 matches at the same time being played. We are watching the 9-ball match between Mario He from Austria and Fabio Ricci. The 8-ball is being played by Albin Ushan from Austria and Alex Montpellier for Team France. And the 3rd match is the 10-ball match between Maximilien Legnach and Paul Vilcher-Pardot.
Well, c'est magnifique, Joris. Wonderful pronunciation. And while you...
Merci beaucoup, merci beaucoup.
While you brought us up to speed on that, Fabio has made very light work with this. And this is these are good signs already, early out the gates for Fabio. And Mario will want to return the favour here.
Yeah, I commented on a match of Mario 2 days ago when he was playing Dennis Krabe, and in that match we didn't see anything of Mario. We only saw the breakoffs and 1 run. So 1 breaker run and only the breaks, meaning Dennis Krabe run all the other tables and breaker running, winning that match 8-1. So I'm really hoping to see more of Mario playing in this match than I saw of him in that match. So Kevin, do you know anything already about the breaking format?
Well, I do understand so far. I was able to commentate on the 9-ball match yesterday evening, which was one of the best matches I've witnessed of the tournament so far. And they do need to get 3 balls behind the line, into the kitchen, or each ball that is potted counts as one in the kitchen. And we did have a couple of foul breaks yesterday as well. And if the player breaking does not succeed in getting the 3 balls behind the cushion, the opponent has the decision to put him back in play or to take the shot on himself. There may be a few other stipulations, Joris, but I think that's the main gist of it.
Alright, thank you, Kevin. Nice little kiss on the 8 there to open up the 4-ball. And looking good for Fabio to run the second rack. Well, I'd like to fall pretty straight on this 5-ball. Need to travel a lot from the 6 to 7. Couple of options. Yeah, he falls amazingly straight. A little bit too straight maybe. If that's the angle he's traveling towards the 6, then that's not the best of an angle. He might go forward. Yeah, well played. So he now can go forward easily towards the 7. Little up and down in this second rack.
Well, he'd be looking to steal a 2-frame lead here. And get one against the break. As we were alluding to earlier, the alternate break format has been playing a great role in this week's tournament and really giving us some close matches. And we've also been finding that if one player can just nip a few early on, it really does put the pressure on the opponent, and all good signs for the French Fabio here.
Yeah, although this is quite a more cut than he wanted, it fell a little high. He did give some right side English, but it didn't really grab on the rail, so it slided a little bit off. And needs to work on this 8-ball. Don't need to give any side, but he needs to play with quite some speed to go up and down. That's good.
Yeah, he
How's
made
the
sure of the
pace?
pot.
Yeah, that's a great shot. Well done there.
He'll definitely take that, Joris.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So, good early signs for Fabio here. And is going to ask some questions of Mario. I did have a little sneak preview of Mario and Fabio practicing the break-off shot. And it was difficult to see with the writing in the way, but both of them seem to be making balls. So, if there is any break of serve, to coin the phrase, it really can make a big difference in this. And what we will do, and what I found yesterday during our other team match, was that it's very key to keep an eye on the other players. They're on tables very close and they'll be watching each other's scores. It's up on a big digital board there, and if they see their opponents struggling or not, make a little bit of a difference how they approach it. But the one thing I will say, Joris, the team camaraderie around all the teams has been wonderful. The cheering, the high-fiving, they're really enjoying this team event. But it's going to get serious now. It's closing down to the last 32. Business.
Yeah, absolutely, Catherine. And to be honest, pool is most of the times quite a individual sport. And there are not many events that you play in a team. Of course, sometimes in competition, but on the higher level, it's not that many times you have the possibility to play in a team. So I really enjoy this format in the European Championships.
Yeah, it is, and you bring up a good point. It's a very individual sport most of the time, and it's just interesting to see. We had an absolute thriller yesterday between Team Estonia and Team Czech Republic, and it really came down to holding your other players on your own shoulders, and it's something that would probably be a bit alien for these players, so I think it's great for them, and it really helps develop the game. But Mario still sat in his chair, Joris, and this is something we're not used to seeing.
Yeah, I already mentioned it that 2 days ago he sat in the chair the whole match on this table. So not many good memories for Mario at the moment.
Doesn't need to do too much here. He's got a little bit of an angle to flick out of the cushion. He seems to be getting a good feel, Joris.
Absolutely, absolutely. And this 9-ball to win the third rack. There it is. And have this first comfortable lead now in this beautiful arena in Estland. You can see the stars shining in the back.
Yeah, absolutely. Star-studded, as are on all the tables right now.
Yeah, a lot of stars around here. And while Mario, he is racking the balls in the fourth rack. I can give you a little update on the scores. That Albin Ushan is already 3-0 up against Alex Montpellier. And Paul Fichet-Pardot is up 2-0 against Maximilian Lechner.
Wow, so no one's running away with it right now, and Mario looks quite nonchalant at the break. To coin a French phrase. I had to do it.
C'est magnifique, c'est magnifique.
But yeah, not good memories for Mario so far on this table. Hopefully he can turn that around.
Yeah, he got two great teammates, of course, with Albin Ushan and Maximilian Lechner. But yeah, up until now, it's not going his way.
No.
Wow, nice.
I think he's covered that completely, yeah?
Absolutely, that's a great defense shot. To be honest, I would have thought that he would attack because that cut was on. And if he could bring the cue ball next to the 8-ball, then it looked like the 2 was on. But
good hit.
Absolutely.
However,
and you can see quite a straight shot there on the 1-ball. But I think to continue in this rack, Fabio needs the cue ball below the 3-ball, close to this short rail. So he could take this one on and draw back.
Yeah, you just saw a little wry shake of the head from Fabio there. I don't think he's completely happy with what he's left with, but he'll be happy to come back to the table with a relatively easy pot on the 1.
To be honest, I'll take this any day of the week. If you bring the cue ball back, a lot of good things can happen.
Wow, that is position A. If he's got a gap there,
Yeah, he definitely has it.
Just want to point out to our viewers at home, we are on the TV table with a shot clock, and the players are allowed one extension per rack per player, and that will just keep them on their toes a little bit. I haven't necessarily seen it come into play too much, and from memory these 9-ball players do not hang around, so may not become so important today, but if they do find themselves in a tricky position, it's something to be aware of.
Yeah, so they have a shot clock of 35 seconds and a reminder at 10 seconds left, and the extension is 25 seconds more. But indeed, Kevin, I don't think or expect it to be on or have a massive influence on the game at 9-ball.
And Fabio has come down a little bit straight for the 5. I saw a little wince. Does that mean he can't screw back without bringing the middle pocket into play? Maybe he can
you can leave this quite long. That's okay. Oh, that's perfect.
That's a great angle.
Yeah, you need to travel all the way back towards the 7.
And these early warning signs for Mario, Joris.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Because Fabio is almost halfway in this match. Fabio is halfway in the match, and Mario still needs not only his first rack on the board, but he also needs his first table time.
Yeah. So when you're sitting in your chair, Joris, you start to lose a bit of feel for the table, and you feel that Mario does need to get a couple of, or at least one good run under his belt. But Fabio is doing his damnedest to ensure that that doesn't happen. There we have
Indeed. 4-0. And of course, it's a team match, meaning, yeah, you have to win 2 out of the 3 matches for your team in order to move on to the next round. So if Mario loses this one, then Albin Ushan has to win against Alex Montpellier. He is 3-1 up, so that's okay. Maximilian Lechner is 1-2 down against Paul Villiers-Pardot. So it's not really easy out for Austria, who is, in my opinion, the favorite in this country face-off.
Ooh.
Just there. It was close to a scratch, but
Yep, that kept us on our toes a little bit, but that 5 has gone a little bit ugly, Joris, and
yeah,
only the bravest
that needs some work. The only good thing about it is that the 4 is at the same height of the 8-5, meaning there are many ways from the 4 to open up the 5-8. So he could screw this above the 9, for example. And I think that I would like to do that. Just like your straight pull opening from about the center of the table, screw it above the 9. Let's see how Fabio wants to solve this puzzle. He's leaving himself the other angle. To me that's more difficult. Now he has to go or 1 reel, but that's a delicate shot. Or 2 reels forward, but I'm not really enthusiastic about this position. Let's see if Fabio can work with it. Yeah, that was sliding.
Was he trying to force it over into the
Yeah,
8 and
over the
5?
9 and bend it around the 9. But it grabbed too soon and run into the 9.
Can he see something? Can he see the bank, or is it just
Yeah,
a little bit
must
too...
be. Missed it,
Yeah.
but got away with it, I think. It's only leaving a 5-7 combination.
Well, you could clearly make the bank, and
Yeah.
Mario will be looking to do some returning of the favour here. However, that 7 ball is not finished yet.
Well, is this the moment to take on such a difficult combination? 5-7? Is there an option to play safe? Is the 9 tempting to be to play there?
This
Very thin cut.
this was something I was thinking. I didn't know if he could think of 5 and bring the cue ball behind the 8, or around the left side of
Exactly.
the 8.
It's a very thin cut. So let's see what Mario thinks.
I think he had a look at it.
Yeah. Now
It's
again,
not
there's
too bad.
two-way. Taking the 5 on the cut. Go for the 9. Or you don't want to flirt with the 9 here.
I don't know. Fabio finds himself in a surprising 4-0, 4-0 lead in an alternate break format. You never know what he may be thinking here. And with only 4 balls left on the table and limited options for safety, he might feel that's his best option. This would be a good, interesting to see.
Made it.
Went. Oh,
Well, didn't want to run into the 8 ball, of course, but it's quite interesting. And I expect that this will be over in 2 shots.
well,
The
if you
7
look,
and then the billiard on the 9.
absolutely, because the 8 does not go. If you look from our overhead camera there, he's forced into this shot.
And that's very well played. That's a great low position. You can now run with the cue ball from the 8 into the 9. And I fully expect him to make this shot. There it
Yes.
is. 5-0 lead. Fabio
Well-
Ricci.
Joris, if you'd have asked me how I thought, who I thought, and what I thought the scoreline would be after the first 4 or 5 frames, I would probably have picked it neck and neck. But as it is, Fabio seems to be running away with it here, and this is Mario's 3rd attempt at a break, and he really needs to start getting it working here. Otherwise,
Yeah. In the former match that I commented on at Mario Hay, he also was struggling a lot with his break. And for now, his break isn't working either.
no. Oh,
He is pointing.
Okay.
Did you
Yeah.
see that? You go right there, 2 ball, he said.
I didn't know if he was actually having a little bit of frustration and thinking that the 3 was going to get in the way of the 2. But he's... How's he for pace?
Looked like, oh, he's perfect.
Oh, here we go.
So finally, a nice chance for Mario to run this rack.
Absolutely. It is a hill to climb, though, with the alternate format, Joris. So, breaking Fabio's break is really what he's going to need to do to get his teeth back into this. So, first of all, he needs to do the business off his own break as well.
Oh, how does this land? Oof. Mario.
In snooker, we call that a Chinese snooker because
Chinese snooker, yeah.
it's
Hampered
really...
by the 6.
Oh, done very well there.
Absolutely, that was a great shot.
So, put himself in a little bit of trouble. He's got himself out of trouble, and I do believe that all of this helps for the confidence and belief. And if Mario thought today the pool gods were against him, this is the time to prove them wrong.
So there's 9 for a break and run, and the first wreck for Mario Hay on the scoreboard. He's now trailing 5-1 in this race to 9.
And an important rack to win, and as you mentioned before, with it being quite close on the other tables, or rather with the Max Lechner game.
Yeah, Albin Ocean is up 5-1, so he's clearly in the favor to win that match. And if Fabio is in the favor of this match, it all comes down to the Maximilian Lechner match against Paul Filcher-Pardot.
Absolutely. And just for our viewers at home, if you want to check on the draws and results, please visit predatorepbf.com website, where you can find all the draws. But just to let you know, looking to make it into the quarterfinals, we also have Netherlands against Slovakia, and we have Bulgaria against Ukraine, and the last match of the group, of the last 16, is Team Spain against Team Italy, and these matches will be continuing through today, and I believe the quarterfinals continue on Tuesday.
Tuesday, yes. On Tuesday we will finish the whole team match event up until the finals. And I think that Poland is currently the defending country of this title.
It wouldn't surprise me. The Polish have some very strong players, as we've been watching them play today with Wojciech Szewczak, Maciej Sznogocki. There's lots of really strong players coming out of there, so it wouldn't surprise me. It would be good to see how far either Austria and France are able to progress in this, but it will only be one of them that progresses in this, I'm afraid to say. This is sudden death stages.
Fabio landed perfectly in between the 5 and the 9. Probably just slow roll in this 4 ball. Would like to see a small angle or a small roll away from that rail to land nicely straight on the 5. He's drawing it, isn't he?
He is. Oh, I think maybe just due to cueing, but he has rolled through a little. How's his angle, Joris?
Yeah, it's very straight. To me, I liked it. You see, if you draw it close to where it is right now, a little higher, you cut it in from above the 7. No, I like this angle. Draw it straight towards the 7.
Good stuff. And if Mario was about to mount his comeback, this would somewhat snuff it out.
Going around the 7 ball.
Yep. Had to play that with a nice touch so the cue ball didn't run away.
Again, the same shot, drawing it 2 rails out to keep it short for the 8 ball. Nicely done.
This is looking very good, Joris, and
absolutely.
a bit of a daunting prospect for Mario coming upon him, but as we both know, and we know Mario and what he's capable of, and if it wasn't for the alternate break, I would certainly put a thought into Mario running away with a couple of racks here, but Fabio's always going to have a chance just to keep him in his chair with the alternate break format, and as our colleague Tim de Lauter explained, once you get to four rack lead, it can become a challenge a little bit too far, so Mario's going to want to keep his neck in it here.
I'll tell you, Kevin, the former match was a match I commented on between Konrad Juchichin from Poland against Michel Bartol, and Michel was up 6-1 in 8-ball, race to 8, and eventually Konrad made all the remaining 7 racks, winning 8-6. Well, it was 6-1 down. So
that is that must have been a great one to commentate, though, to be fair, or is that
yeah,
it's not nice to lose in that way. Of course it's not nice to lose in that way. It's never nice to lose at all, but for entertainment purposes, wow.
It really looked up until 6-1 behind that Konrad was turned off. You know, the power was down, the battery was dead. He sat in the chair like sleeping, like doing nothing. At 6-1 he took a time out, and probably someone pushed the power button on him, and he started speeding up the pace and cleaning up racks, and everything went into his way after that. And he won all the remaining frames, racks.
Well, I don't know if you were able to catch the last match on the stream yesterday, but it was Team Estonia against the Czech Republic, as I alluded to, and Dennis Graber, the local favourite, was able to win his 8-ball. Sadly, Magi Mark lost his 10-ball, so it was left to Carl Naderberg against Roman Hibbler on the TV table, and Carl went down 5 racks to 0.
Wow.
And then the comeback began, and it was intense, and it's not many matches you'll get me standing up in the commentating booth. and to add, as it was the last match on a Friday, there was good contingency from the Estonian supporters, and all in good spirit. It was fantastic, and I'm looking forward to seeing what happens with the remainder of this team match. It's a good experience watching them all, and looking at them having a giggle together.
Absolutely, absolutely. Mario wants the cue ball to stop in time. And it looks good. So 2 more balls for Mario.
Yep. That's good, because I think if Fabio found himself on 7, I think he would just be looking to hold his break, but Mario just showing us what he's capable of there, and a quick story later, he's running on the board, so
6-2 now. Of course, it's 9-ball. If the break is working well, then the percentage of the run out after it is very high in 9-ball. So
indeed.
It will all depend on how Fabio continues to break. Up until now it's good, and the results are good. If that continues to be good, he will definitely become the winner of this match.
Lovely view of him with his Predator break cue. Good camera angles we've been blessed with this week. I have been very impressed. As much as I like the overhead camera, we've been really getting close into looking at their bridge hand and looking at their grip. It's good. It's useful for everyone at home just to see how each player has their own little ways.
Fabio made 2 balls on the break, but not a single ball got into the kitchen area, meaning it was an illegal break.
Well
Can
spotted.
you imagine that?
I actually didn't spot that, and I saw I believe the 4 and the 3 had passed. Clearly didn't, and Mario finds himself back in the hot seat.
Yeah. These are these small things that can really help changing the momentum from one player to the other.
Yeah. 9-ball is very much a momentum game. And the alternate break can upset momentum now and again, but it's usually things that are outside of your control that can really make the difference. He could be back to 6-3 here, Joris, and the fireworks are still on the cards.
So this could also be a moment for a timeout by Fabio, because quite clearly the momentum has changed now from Fabio to Mario. He is running 3 racks in a row. So a timeout could break that sequence.
Yeah, Joris, that's a really good point to make. And even if he doesn't need a comfort break, it might be a good time to do that.
Yeah. So I just saw Fabio speaking to Mario, and there you can see Fabio walking out of the arena. So
He
it's a
must
smart
be
move.
he must be listening in on your comms, Joris.
Yeah. Yeah, and I would like to use this little timeout to talk a little bit about the stars in the back, because I was looking into the history of Fabio, what he has been doing in the last couple of years as a results. And since these are the teams matches, I was also looking at his teams matches. Well, we are having a great view of the queue of Mario.
Very nice grain.
Yeah. To finish my story off, I was looking at the results of Fabio, and I saw he was playing in teams with Stefan Cohen. And Stefan Cohen passed away 2 years ago. About the best pool player from France we had. A very lovely man who eventually died 2 years ago to heart issues at the age of 51. So let's pick out one star in the back screen in the wall.
Beautiful.
Call that star Stephen Cohen. So he's still here in the arena. And if you have more people who are not around us anymore, well, pick your star that you like. And
Yeah,
eventually they're all here.
That's a lovely sentiment. And yet, a great player and a really good spirit in and around the French team. Well, in and around Europe. And a good view of the trophies up for grabs. And they've been kept near the TV tables, teasing the players, giving them something to aim for. And I just noticed Max Lechner came running over just to give Mario a fist bump. I guess he's on a break as well. And certainly looks like it. So both French players taking a break, maybe exchanging some tips.
Indeed. Yeah, they're both needed in a timeout. So Albinushan is up 7-1 and is now aiming. You can see that. In the back.
Great having the players
playing
looking over
8-ball.
each other. So
There you have Maximilian Lechner. He's trading 2-4 against Paul Fauché-Pardot.
So where do
Doing
you
the
see
break
this
of air.
going, Joris? Where do you see this going? You don't have to answer it.
Oh, thank you. Then I rather decline this question.
But what I will do is I will have a little look in our chat room during this rack and just see if there are any questions lingering that we may be able to answer. I will tell you now, ladies and gentlemen, Joris has a breadth of knowledge that it is very wise to tap into when we have the opportunity to. So we'll just keep a little look on that. And Mario's just being kept in his chair a little bit longer than Max. Maybe a little psychological game.
He's taking. Yeah, well, do you see that? He took a timeout too now. So he was waiting for Fabio to come back. And now Fabio has returned. And Mario took his timeout.
Have you seen that before, Joris?
I have never seen that before. I truly have never seen that before.
Wow.
And now Mario chooses to keep Fabio in the seat. So Fabio may not leave the arena. And he forced Fabio to stay in his seat for 5 minutes. And has, to think for 5 minutes. Have you seen this before, Catherine?
No, I haven't. And I kind of like it, you know? I mean, it's like in the tennis when they have challenges. You know,
Yeah.
Mario has given up his challenge now, so he won't be able to use it again later in this match. So he really needs to make the most of it. But I do like it. I think it's a great move, and if it works, we'll be talking about this again.
Yeah. Well, let's see. Let's wait. Wow.
Has anyone in the chat? Has anyone in the chat seen this before? Is this something which Mario's pulled in a previous match to success? Because if it works once, maybe he thinks it's his lucky move.
Yeah. Well, it could be a thing to remember as a tactical way. If your opponent, you want to get into the head of the opponent.
And as
Rather interesting.
As Mario ran out for his break, it has given me the opportunity to have a look in the chat, and a beautiful message for you, Joris, from Carlos Cruz, thanking you for your comments about Stefan. A lot of us remember him, and I think that was a lovely sentiment. But I will keep an eye out in case there are any tough questions for us to answer. And like I said, these teams looking to get through to the last 16, and if you want to follow the team matches after this round, please come back and visit us on Tuesday, where I believe all of the team action will be played out.
Absolutely, yeah. And in between now and Tuesday we will start the 9-ball event, so the action will keep on coming to you.
And please stay tuned throughout today. I've just been looking at the lineup for the rest of the day. It appears we will have the 8-ball quarterfinals, 8-ball semi-finals, and 8-ball finals coming for you on this fine Saturday. We'll be streaming that and Table 2 all day with commentating on the Pro Billiard TV YouTube channel. And if you're enjoying this, please do like, subscribe and share, and if you're feeling brave, please join the commentating team in the chat room, and we will just keep an eye out. But as you know, with 9-ball, it can be quite fast and furious, and the opportunity to come out of the game for a little look doesn't happen that often. However, is Mario taking a little bit longer too?
Yeah, well, he can't, of course. You have to press the button and the 5-minute start clock will start. And you may not be a second later than that 5 minutes. So you have to be back within that 5 minutes. But I do still find it very funny that Mario has taken this strategy to wait for his timeout all the way up to Fabio to return from his timeout. So we have about 10 minutes to talk you through quite a non-action period.
Well,
In the meantime, in the back, you can see Albin Ocean has finished his match. He won 8-1 against Alex Montpellier.
Yeah, and let me tell you, I've played Alex a few times. He is no slouch, so of course Albin is a great player, but...
Yeah.
Oh,
so you
did you see that?
So Mario has to be back in 20 seconds from now, and there he is. He took the whole time.
And
so
the shot
apparently
clock
there's
will
a
begin.
button. Did you know that, Kevin, there's a button? If you take a timeout, you have to press the button, and then your 5 minutes clock will start. And then you can go away or do whatever you want. And you have to be back and press the button again before the timer has set to 0. So you really have to be there in time.
Well, first of all, no, I didn't know that. And the question I would have, is that an automatic forfeit, or is that a forfeit of just the rack?
I guess it's going to be a forfeit. No, well, it's not for the match, so it should be the rack. But I think it's even if you're 1 second late, it's already a forfeit of the rack. But
are the rules?
Yeah, and I had a discussion with Tim because, well, the arena is quite big. Toilets are not around every corner. So if you're playing at the other side of the arena, you need to go to the toilet. That could be a walk of about 1 minute.
Yeah,
and that sometimes you really have to run up and down.
So if we see any players dashing around in the background,
yeah. So then you can see there you only have 8 seconds left to push the button. Yeah, it's quite sporty then.
Well, a good look at Mario's face there. He has had a dry break, and after all of our fun thoughts and considerations for Breakgate, we find that Fabio is still back in the driver's seat. Yeah,
wants a position close to the 8 ball.
Yeah,
at the center of the table.
Yes,
looking good.
Pace.
Yeah. So the 4 passes the 5 ball, so all 3 balls can be putted in the bottom left.
Yeah, and just needs to take a little bit of consideration for position for the 6 for where the 7 is. He's got to come to the left side as we look at the table. So we'll be wanting to make sure he's got a good angle on this 5 to come round the short and long rail. And I think he's got the angle, Joris.
He does, he does. You just don't want to get hampered by the 8 because the 8 is in a funny position. Queuing wise towards the 5 ball. So let's see how he's going to position this cue ball. Yeah, that 8 ball got in the way now.
Yeah, you could just see
and
a little.
Go ahead, Kevin.
You could just see a little wince from him there. Yeah. Oh, left-handed.
He's playing with left-handed now. Can he play that? No.
He can.
No, but look at the cue ball. Yeah,
well,
to be honest.
I've seen that once this week, Joris, with Dennis Graber playing left-handed, and it always impresses me how they're able to do it. And he made a good pot there, but he lost the cue ball.
Yeah, and to me that's all the result of that position of the cue ball, where he did not take the 8 ball out of the equation, which I think he should have.
He's got to be good with the cue ball here because he's pushed the 9 over the corner. Has he come away with it, Joris?
I don't think so.
He does have the cue ball flush.
It's very
on the...
close. Ooh. I think there's a path, isn't it?
You know it's close when you move your head right to left in front of the screen.
Let's see.
Oh, he's made it.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Okay, so that wasn't good enough from Fabio, and you're right. Just a little bit careless, not considering where the 8-ball was, and little margins like that. Mario could find himself back within 2, and then we got us a match, Joris.
Again, always when I'm commenting with you, Kevin, we get a match.
I love it. I absolutely love it. It's what makes this job so much fun. So, Mario just going in and out of bulk. And this is what he wants.
Bulk cushion, isn't that a snooker term? Might be. And cushion.
Very much. I do find... Well done, Mario. I do find myself saying dropping in the odd frame and...
Yeah. Frame,
Chinese
etc.
snooker.
Yeah. Well, as long as you're not talking about breaking from the D, then all is good. All is forgiven.
No, thank you. And we did watch one player earlier on in this tournament, and I can't for the life of me remember who. And you could tell by the way his pre-shot and his approach to the ball and stroke, you knew he'd come from snooker blood. And and it's good because there is a great crossover, and I think snooker in itself is so challenging. It can be quite daunting to the amateur, whereas pool is so much more accessible, and I find it a lot more fun, especially when it's quick fire like this in 9-ball.
Yeah, I agree with you, and it's okay to have different opinions about it, but this needs to be accurate. So up and down, find a spot as straight as possible on the free ball, and this is quite straight.
Yep.
He's asking for the referee to come a step close. I like that, just to ask it by yourself.
And these are our hard-working referees being brought in. Yep. I think we could tell at home that that was legal, but I do like what Fabio did there. It just eliminates any unsureness. And I think he'd like his chances here.
Yeah, not out of the woods yet.
Just looked
Not
like the
out
cue
of
ball.
the woods yet.
I think that was a mishit, Joris. It looked like...
Well, I don't think it was a mishit. I was a mistiming. I think he misjudged the timing of his cue, and because he gave it with a lot of left-hand draw, and if you time it too soon, then it tends to curve away from the ball, and therefore he hit it too thin.
Mario just played a great jump shot over the edge of the 8-ball there. He clearly couldn't see the shot, and as a Brucey bonus, he's got position on the 6. And a couple of small mistakes from Fabio in the last few racks, and, well, Mario's reflecting it in the scoreline, so...
Yeah, the timeout gate is still working for Mario.
This we will definitely be talking about for a little bit longer.
Definitely.
Okay, he did come up far enough to leave himself good position on this 7. He's going to have to come back across the table. Doesn't mind if he's too straight. And the 9-ball is not hampering. Or is it? He's having to bridge a bit further back. Yes. Made sure of the pot. And what looked forever and a day that Fabio was going to turn it around and take a 7-4 lead has now turned into a 6-5 lead, and Mario is snapping at the French Fabio's heels, and Team Austria will be brimming with confidence now.
Absolutely. Albin already won his match, so either Mario or Maximilian Lechner needs to win their match to go to the next round. Maximilian is down 1 rack,
Yeah.
same as Mario, so it's pretty close on both matches.
Well, we could be getting closer to more drama. Mario will be hoping he can break and run here and find himself back at 6 apiece, which, if you'd have asked me about that a little while ago, I would have probably said that was a very tall order. But the nature of 9 and the nature of this team event, as we found out yesterday, anything can happen. So Mario's still at the table. He's having a little chat with the balls. I think he was just thinking about that 3 ball, Joris. What are you thinking about that?
Yeah, he's looking to attack it from the right side. And especially with this position, I expect him to play it.
He's
Down
gotta
there,
come all the- he's
second
got to come
diamond.
all the way back down here for the 4 then.
And of course, indeed, Catherine, after the 3 you need to travel back to the 4. So a lot of work to do.
Oh,
This
that's
looks
nice.
good.
Yeah. I don't think he could have put it any better. That, as our colleague Graham Hickman would say, that's ball in hand stuff.
So probably draw this out. Long rail, short rail, then the long rail, and again back to the long rail. Don't scratch in the corner.
No, and it's
Don't
travelling.
scratch. Ooh, just got lucky with the pace.
A little flick of Mario's gloved hand there for Fabio. Yeah, the cue ball's quite close to the middle pocket here, and always asks a little question of bridging.
Yeah, and positional-wise, it's quite a thin, so the cue ball will travel. Maybe you want to keep on traveling.
Oh, he's run into it.
That really helped.
Yeah, yeah. It's always a little bit daunting when you start running into balls, but that one definitely helped his situation rather than hindered. You're right, Joris.
A little stop shot. Let it roll a little bit closer towards the 7 to shoot it in the side. Yeah, this all looks good for Mario. He was 6-1 down, wasn't he?
Absolutely, yeah, yeah. And Fabio must be asking questions of himself now. What do I have to do to get to this finish line?
Yeah.
And having sat in his chair for such a long time,
Yeah, it's kind
very
of crazy
impressed.
how many times the momentum can shift during matches. It happens, I feel, in more matches it does happen than it doesn't happen. Like someone is just running up front and running to the finish line. Wow, that doesn't happen too many times.
No, indeed. And Mario just taking his time with the extension on his cue. Didn't need to do anything rash there. And Joris, he's done what I would have considered to be the impossible in this alternate break format. And we have us a 6-6 thriller. Race to 9. So this technically is now a race to 3. And Fabio winning the lag has given him the advantage with this alternate break. But I don't think that counts for much if you look at the scoreline now and look at the drama we've been through to get to this point. So could be anyone's now, Joris. Could go anyway, I believe.
I do, but I do have to give a small favor to Mario. First of all, because of his tactical move in the timeout gate, and up until now, I kind of think that it is maybe into the head of Fabio.
Yep.
Table time is also in favor of Mario in the last couple of racks. The rolls has been in the favor of Mario. So Fabio needs to turn the momentum around.
Yeah, just needs that cue ball not to rush up to the 9.
Well played. That's
Yeah,
a nice
very
shot.
good. He is a cool character, Joris. He doesn't seem to have been affected by his mistakes. He doesn't really bang the cue. He's a very cool customer, as this Fabio Rizzi.
Absolutely. Left it really short.
Yeah. Is he gonna... The 7 would be in the way if he wanted to come down this end of the table and back out again, so might just take the longer 6. Wise play. Well, this will be a good answer back to Mario, and a break and run is always good to stop the rot, or even better, change the momentum back.
Yeah, gotta stay focused. Stop shot on this 7, don't work on it. Doesn't need to work with it. Could only force a miss. Stop is good. Perfect.
Yep.
Now 2 rails out. Let the stroke go. And this easy 9 ball.
Yep, he will be absolutely tickle pink with being able to stay out in front. Very important in this alternate break format. Mario will want to do exactly what Fabio did here. And as you notice, you do not see a magic rack in sight, and the table is tapped, which allows the balls to sit in position with shaves of a millimeter tapped into the table in the right spot. And I have to say, I really like it. It's been working really well, and the way that I spotted that was with the 8 ball and the 10 ball breaks, and with how reliable the balls were splitting. So I do like it. The players seem to like it, and Mario seems to like it now. So, I think he might be a bit
Yeah.
cool there.
Yeah, not at this straight moment.
Oh.
Beating his head like, oh wow, why don't I get any shot here?
Now,
Yeah, that's been very aggressive. Flicking
he's
the
looking-
3 and making the 9 in the side. You could see the laughter on the face of Fabio. He's thinking, are you kidding me? You're going for that shot?
That's awesome. Great camera work. Thank you, production team. That was awesome. That's just what we needed to see. So,
He's going for
can
it.
we see the
He's
9
going for the
moving?
9 in the side. There it is!
That
Well
is
done.
a highlight shot, ladies and gentlemen. And Fabio
No.
comes over to the table with a little giggle in his face, and you can't argue with that. That is fantastic. What a turnaround of Mario's emotions there. From slapping the back of your head in disappointment to winning the game in your very next shot. That is One roller coaster of emotion, right? Look what he's doing to us. So, Fabio needs to put that out of his mind now. 7-7. Very short race to 2 now. Fabio with a slight advantage from having the break. But, as Joris pointed out, Mario probably getting the better run. Even when it doesn't appear that he is getting the better run. So, this is going to be exciting. Do not move a muscle, Joris.
Well, it's quite an interesting match, I think. About a lot of funny things happens.
Yeah. And as with what I was alluding to at the beginning of the match with the nature of the team event, it's good to see them having a little bit of banter and giggling with each other, and it can sometimes get quite serious out there, especially in the singles tournaments, with everyone really wanting to win. But just a little bit of levity within the team event, and it's very refreshing. And I think for us at home, to get a better understanding of what these players are like. He's gone for the safety. It's a nice gap to go into. Maybe not as good as he wanted to, though, there, Joris. He could have got in by that 3.
Not only that, I still think he has to kick at it and can't jump it, so that's okay. But it looks like with that notch on the 5, he has tied up his own free ball. And if that free ball does not pass the 5, he created a little issue for himself after this kick shot.
I just wanted to let our viewers at home know, as I'm sure you already do, Joris, but on the other table, it is 5-5 between Max Lechner and Paul Vilchepado. So, there's something out there. It's lurking.
Only if Mario can win this match, then that match doesn't count anymore. So nice kick shot on the 1 and a safety needed on the 2. How is this pace? Is there a gap? Well, Mario is not happy with the result. It ended. I think there's a jump shot available. Well, I know there's a jump shot available, but I think it's quite a decent, makeable jump shot.
Yeah, and if he plays this well, the cue ball could come around the short and long rail and sit nicely for the 3. There's the 1.
Yeah, and with that safety shot for Mario, he also opened up that free ball, which was an issue, which no longer is. So a great opportunity for Fabio Ricci to get up to the hill in this match.
That was a very good jump shot, Joris. He made it look easier than it was, and has given himself a great opportunity here.
Oh, so long with that opportunity.
Yeah, and did an edge just leak out?
Well, no, he can swerve it, but that's also a very tough shot.
Yeah, and he's sadly too close to the 5 to be able to jump it over the edge. So he's coming off the cushion first, and this rack isn't over yet. He went for power.
Disappointed with that result, was hoping for something good, but Lady Luck decided to give a decent chance to Mario.
Yeah, after that jump shot, I think Mario would have been preparing himself for the next rack, but he finds himself back at the table, and Mario letting his arm out. What a whopper! I think we have a good few shots to go on the highlight reel from this match. There's been some beauties from both players.
Absolutely. To me, one of the highlights is that double timeout gate, but that won't make the highlight reel.
No, but I'm certainly going to coin a phrase from that. I don't. It's brilliant. And Mario's going to have to give this a little bit of stick to come up to get position on the 8. May elect to follow through, may elect to screw back. I think he has options.
Yeah, he's looking to screw it. No, following it through. With inside English.
Yep, and
Wants it to run a little further.
Yeah, is he going to have to come up and down the table to get back for
Could
the
be.
9, or is he?
Yeah,
Has
can
he got
go
an edge
straight
to-
up. He's drawing it. Can take it out 2 reels out. Oh, he's playing it
Ooh.
again with inside English.
To great effect. And this
Certainly.
could be the first time Mario has seen the lead, Joris. What do you think?
Absolutely, you are right. Yeah. It started off with a 4-0 lead for Fabio. A 6-1 lead for Fabio. And now Mario is breaking on the hill to win this match. And if he wins it, they're through towards the quarterfinals, because Albin Ocean already won his match. The other match, Tembol, is 6-5 in the favor of Paul Fichet-Pardot. So Mario looks like he has to win this match in order to stay alive in a team comp.
Yeah, and first on the hill, Mario Hay.
The cue ball, where's the cue ball? Oh, and also the 9 ball almost went in. Wow. Wow.
There's the drama.
That coin flip went into the favor of Fabio, but that coin flip could have easily turned around. Like making the 9 ball, and when the 9 ball would have went in and the cue ball would have stayed out.
Exactly.
It would have been
Now-
game over, but now who's in favor here? So, of course, there's an issue. The 9 ball has clustered with the 7. It needs to be developed, and most probably Fabio will do it right away. Is he?
No.
Or is that a combination? Why?
I don't think it's a combination, but I would have expected him just to nick off the 9 there, with the 3 being in such a good open position.
I don't understand.
Well,
Well, Fabio must have a game plan. Maybe he's seen an easy safety on the 7. But let's wait and see what he's up to.
this is the
I've
stuff I like.
no
This
doubt
is the stuff I like, Joris.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very interested to see his game plan here. Nice 5. Now, is he opening it up from the 6?
I would have rather have done it from ball in hand, Joris, but
Me too. Well, let's see. If he runs, he has had the right answer. Made it.
wow.
That's good. That's good. You can cut this back. Draw it straight towards the other rail, the long rail.
That shot was fraught with danger. He'd come out of it lovely, but I wouldn't say that was the percentage game if you were reading the textbooks. However, look at this, Joris.
I see. I'm looking at it. I won't blink my eyes. It is hill now. And I tell you what, the other match, Maximilian Lechner is 5 to 7 trailing against Paul Villiers-Pardot in a race to 8. So both Fabio and Paul are on the hill.
Oh. This is great stuff. If you get a good look at the Aramith balls there, I do like the reflection with the cool Predator lights reflecting off them. Looks very professional.
Yeah, I can see it now, yeah.
So,
Hill, everybody.
hope you're all enjoying this at home. We are. This is fantastic. Hill.
Made a 1 ball in the side. Enough balls in the kitchen, so it's a legal break. And a shot on the 2 ball. Even also the 4 has been gone, so this is a great chance for Fabio. Of course, a lot of work to do.
He even got the 9 ball moving there, Joris. That was a little twist.
Was it traveling towards a pocket?
It was coming towards the bottom left corner, but it's the first time I've seen it really move that direction, so that would be interesting.
Wow, no. That already didn't go as planned. It would definitely been a difficult shot to come from the 2 ball to the 5 ball, because the 5 is blocked by the 8, of course. So that's already quite some traveling. And now doing it with the jump cue, that's gonna be a tough one.
Yeah, I'm not even sure making it would be a wise move. Ooh,
Where's the cue ball? Ooh.
Ooh.
And look at this.
Wow.
Look at this.
I mean, if you want to be brutally honest about it, Joris, he's made 2 very similar mistakes in the last 2 frames. He didn't get punished the last time, but this one looks like Mario is not going to mess about. And a bit of a gift, by all accounts, a bit of a gift for Mario after that break.
It was in a perfect position to do what you have to do and run at the table, and of course there was quite some distance between the cue ball and the 2 ball, so a slight misdirection would have led to this snooker behind the 6 ball. And of course it was a little bad luck and bad roll to really fall behind it, but wow, this is the chance for Mario and for Austria to beat Team France.
Oh, and to think of all the hard work Fabio did to get himself into this position, and to both players really finding themselves at Hill. It's a shame that it gets to be like this, I'm afraid, but that is the wonder of 9 ball. 9 ball can be a cruel game, Joris.
Absolutely, and Paul Villiers-Pardot battled his heart out, but he doesn't need to finish his match, because Mario, he won this thriller of a match, and therefore Austria won against Team France and moving on towards the quarterfinals in the team edition. I want to thank my colleague Catherine Davis here in the commentary booth, next to me Joris van Amersfoort. Everybody shaking hands, and we will continue in the next match in like an hour from now, and hope to see you then. Thank you for watching.
sorry.
I'm terrible.
No, it's
sorry.
all right, don't
no,
worry.
I thought he was just some kid standing there with a camera. I'm sorry.
It's all right, don't worry.
when it was 5-0 for Ritzi, and then 8-8, and I tuned in for the last 9 ball.
Ritzi had open shot. He had like cue ball here where he was jacked up.
On the 2.
Ball here, I think the 3. He was 6-4 ball.
Yeah.
And he drew back and hit the 6.
Hit
and
the
left.
6. Pretty unlucky, right? And then Max was almost done. Was Paul at the table at 7-5?
Yeah, he just went bang.
Okay. Lucky bastards. But we were also quite close, actually.
Sorry?
We were also quite close to lose.
Yeah, I saw
Konrad
like
was
6-5 or something.
6-1 down. He was 6-1 down. But Mateusz won and Diane had 7-7.
great, thank you.
Tervetuloa Lounast Tallinnast, and welcome to day 8 of the Predator 2025 European Championships with the Epbf, live from the Kalevi Sporty Hall here in Tallinn, Estonia. We started with 101 men in the 8-ball. By the end of today, we will crown a solo champion. But it's time for the quarterfinals first, and the match we're concentrating on is Albin Ocean against Wojtek Szewczak. It's a race to 8. It's cool shot, of course, and calling the shots with me in the booth for this one, all the way from Amsterdam, Joris van Amersfoort. How are you doing, Joris?
Thank you very much. I'm very good. Thank you very much, Mark. Actually, I'm not really from Amsterdam. I'm a city called Hilversum, really close to Amsterdam. But indeed, from the Netherlands, hello to everybody watching this stream, this quarterfinal. And the break-off is for Albin Ocean. And the other stream, table 2, is also in play now. And we saw that Albin's older sister, Yasmin, is playing there. But the break-off for Albin Ocean made the ball on the side. The 4-railer went in too. So looking good already for Albin in this first rack. Mark, you've been busy in this booth too. Did
yes,
you
I have.
comment on these players already?
Just want to let you know, the only reason I said you're from Amsterdam is because I couldn't pronounce the real place that you're from. And I knew Amsterdam was pretty close, so I just thought I'd say Amsterdam.
All right, oh good. Yeah, Hilversum. It's quite a Dutch pronouncement.
Hilversum.
Something like that.
We'll stick with Amsterdam. Back to the action. So what do you see here then? You're the expert analyst. You're the brains of this operation, Joris. So what do we see?
Well, he has to take on the stripes because there's no other shot available, and the pink 12 is the challenge ball. Normally, if you can land on the 6 ball, you can have a shot for the 12 to the other side, but it's quite challenging to get there. The 1 ball is blocking the route from the 14.
I'm just wondering, did he play a little carom onto the 8 there to hold for the 10 ball, knowing that he had the 9 in the side?
Yeah. So he's now looking to screw in the 14 and to screw in the cue ball into the 1, and with the 1 ball open up the 6 and the 12. I believe that's what he's aiming for, because he will run full in the face of the 1 ball. Alright. He is not happy, but the area at the right side of the 12 is now a lot bigger. But there's only one path to get there, and the route must be the 9 ball and then the 10 ball. And that's not going to be easy. He has an option to play a stop shot here, take the cut on the 10 and swing it around. Choose the other way around, but I don't really see. Now he's shaking his head too. This is not a route to success, I guess. Do you see anything, Mark?
Well, it's hard to go 3 rails now. I'm wondering, can he go with a little bit of inside and hit just after the side pocket? Yeah, that's what he was trying to do. Made the pot that much more difficult, but you still expect Albin, a man of his class, to make that. There's his sister, look, back to back. Jasmine in action. All the women are in action as well at the moment. 8 women and 8 men. We'll know our semi-finalists. They will be coming up later, and then of course our final will be coming up 7 o'clock local time this evening.
So Wojciech with a full open table. Will probably work his way down the table towards the 8. So first of all clean up these 3 balls, the 1, the 4 and then the 3 ball, to finish at the bottom. So Mark, you are not from close to Amsterdam or Estland, aren't you, at the moment?
Not at the moment. I'm actually in Thailand, but I'm pretty close normally from a place called, well, I'm very near to Harwich, which has strong links with the Hook of Holland. Of course, the ferries run from Harwich to Hook van Holland.
Absolutely.
Been there many times, to Amsterdam, lovely city. Been on a canal boat ride as well. Dutch people, got some very good friends. I've actually spent some time in Schiedam near Rotterdam in my early snooker coaching days. I used to visit there quite regularly and stay for a month on end.
Yeah, there's a lot of things you can enjoy in the Netherlands. The weather isn't one of it. I expect you to have it better in Thailand than at the moment here in the Netherlands. In the meantime, Wojciech, it is, isn't it? But you're not with the feet in the pool or in the swimming pool?
So nicely on this 8 ball then, to close out this first rack. Albin was first in, wasn't he, Joris, but didn't take advantage. Misplaced positional shot. Well, he actually missed the ball, didn't he, in playing the positional shot. So it is the Pole who is in pole position in our first men's quarter-final.
Yeah, and here's the second rack to break off. Wojciech, of course, a very well-known name in the pool world. So he's already world champion 10 ball. He became world champion in 2022. And in a year later, in 2023, he became European champion 9 ball. So he is an established name in the pool world.
Some latest scores from our other quarterfinals in action. Max Benko, the youngster, is all square 1-1 with Tobias Bongas. Kaspers is 2-1 up on Exposito. Sanjin Pelavanergy 3-2 down at the moment to Mark Maggie from Estonia, who's having a great run in his home city. Back to this one then, Shevchik to break.
Probably some kind of a pop break. Cue balls probably a little well, getting some air time. Made the 6 in the corner. And a nice spread here for Wojciech. I think when the 7 is good to play in the side pockets, then both sides as solids, stripes as solids is a good option. To me, it's just personal preference.
I call that the Nutella break. It's a nice spread.
It's a nice spread, yeah, absolutely. Looks like he's going for stripes. And I guess then the little bit of a challenge there is the 11 and the 14. But he will work his way down table, starting with the orange 13 to the 10. And then it's all depending on his position. Looks like he's going forward 3 rails. Yeah, he's going forwards. Played it for the 9. And now I assume he will draw this back for the 12 on the side, but I'm not quite sure. Yeah, that's what he's looking at. Draw it back for the 12 on the side. Preferably fall straight on this 12 ball so he can play a stop shot for the 11 on the 12. That would open up the whole rack. A little angle away from the 11 and the 14, but if the correct touch, he can hold this close to the 1 ball. It will be very loose grip.
Loose grip. Yeah, both noticed the same thing. Very, very important. Loose grip. Don't tense the muscles up in the arm. Keep it flowing nice and smoothly. Can just hold this for the 14 into the side. He'll be on both balls here, won't he, Joris?
Absolutely, but I expect him to play the 14 first. So, as he plays top shot here, he can go around the 15 to shoot the 8 in the same corner. But that's the beauty of 8 ball. There are many patterns available, all depending on very small angles and personal preferences.
Another solid rack. Break and run.
So an early 2-0 lead now for Wojciech. And also very important, 0 table time further for Albin Osham after his miss. And
So, are you a player yourself, Joris? You play a bit? What's your favourite game that you like to play?
well, pretty clear, if I'm on my own, I always play straight pool. Further, I really don't have...
What's your high run? What's your high run at straight pool?
Yeah, only 99.
Oh,
so
no.
that's my well, yeah, so that's 7 racks to 98, and I made my break ball and got stuck in the pack. So that was the end of the break. And
I'm sure
well,
the century's coming very, very soon. I'm sure the century's coming. Ocean's break then, trailing 2-0 in this men's quarter-final of the Epbf Predator European Championships 2025. Live here from Tallinn, Estonia.
very close to the scratch. And
very close.
Yeah, so not the great start of this match for Albin. Shaking his head. Got lucky he didn't scratch in the first time in the side pocket. But that luck was for a short while.
Admitted recently in an interview with our own David Morris that he doesn't really play 8-ball. He only plays a couple of times a year. Well, they are going to be playing 8-ball in the Euro Tour, the Tallinn Euro Tour, which follows this. So he's going to have to get practice in, especially the break. A little bit unfortunate, but he almost did scratch straight in and then got kicked in. So Wojtek in again, and we know Joris is deadly at these situations.
Absolutely. He's going for stripes. All the reason because of the one ball that's blocked there. And he has no ball around the one ball to open it up. So the stripes will be much easier. And the only issue that he has with stripes is the pink 12. And he can open up right now. Draw it straight into the 5 and the 4. Perfect. Now it's quite clear that the 14 is just challenging, as you have to cut that down the rail. But with these players They're so capable in these shots, that won't be an issue. And of course the 9 ball is only available to the top left pocket, and therefore a very delicate position is required.
Yeah, Teddy's nearby though, isn't it? Which does help him.
Absolutely.
Depending on the angle he has here, could just draw straight back and play the 9, or maybe just run through. Let's see what angle he has. Yeah, he can go through here. So maybe playing for the 9 off this one, Joris.
Yeah, he will definitely go forward 2 rails for the 9. Overpaced it a little bit, but can draw this into the 1 ball for position on the 13. Perfect. And now he has the easy layout to roll to that position you really need for this 14 ball. That's where he's pointing at. That's where he wants to end. You can see it doesn't need to anything to do with the cue ball. Just roll this in and automatic position on the 14.
Just about perfect.
Yeah.
Once again, can just roll this in, Joris. No position
And in the beginning there was quite some mess, but almost after one shot it opened up beautifully with a nice roadmap that he played.
Yeah, well of course, talking of roadmaps, you still need to be able to read one, don't you?
Yeah. Well, I think Wojciech masters that reading, that game plan, and that combined with a massive plotting technique and capability, he is one of the favorites for the title, I guess.
Yeah, and if he keeps this up and keeps Albin sat in his chair, Albin can't do anything about it, and it will be Wojtek breaking next. Let's just bring you up to date with some latest scores in the women's. Pia Fila is up against Kristina Zlateva from Bulgaria. But it's the German who's taken the first one in that. Anna Gretiznik has taken the first rack against Ionissis. Rose van der is 2-1 down to Stadler, and 1-1 on the table next to us between Jasmine and Olivia Zalewska. There's the balls going into their little indentations in the tap table. Joris, do you like a bit of tapping?
Yes, actually I do. Just make sure that the rack is tight. The tap table really works out very nicely on this table, so I don't see any clusters after the break, and I feel like the spread is very nicely. I also like these Predator arc tables.
Yeah, very nice, and they're very good with a bit of Simonis cloth and Aramith balls on top of them. The perfect combination, I think, in Q Sports at this moment.
Yeah, Simonis is the cloth to go for, especially in Europe, especially with the humids we have.
So good break again, ball down. I just read a comment in the chat that as Albin was breaking and scratching on this table, so too was Jasmine at the identical time on the table next to him. A double shot in the ocean for straight in the drink, wasn't it, from the oceans?
Yeah. So he's looking and to choose his group, but of course quite clearly the 2 and the 5 are at the side. That needs to be developed. It is possible, but if you take stripes, you have that 15 ball that has no straightforward pocket. So decision time, I think he's looking at solids and position perfectly on the free ball to open up the cluster, that 2 balls. Like that. This could be it. Now he has to maybe the correct angle from the free to run in it. Is he going in from the 1? That might be an option too.
I like this. Getting rid of problems as early as possible. Did it in the last rack, didn't he? Sees the opportunity. Oh, very close.
Oopsie.
Well, does he have a little gap for the 7? I wonder. He hasn't looked at it yet.
He's taking actually. He's going continue with the 6 ball. Probably wants to find a position in between the 3 and the 7. Close to where his hand is.
Such a dedicated professional, Wojtek. Always on the practice table. Whenever you see him at the events, when he's not in a match, he's always practicing. Recently had a baby. He's a new father.
All right.
Working
Still,
to bring
he's
home the
travelling.
bacon, so they say. Yeah,
Yeah.
still travelling. Somebody's got to earn the crust to put food on the table.
Don't want to fall behind the 11, and he did.
What's he done here?
He's got the right angle on the 3, but not a clear shot. So there's still an option,
Drumstick.
jumping the free ball with top spin and roll forward into the cluster. Close, hit it a little bit too thin. And finally,
there. Is he lucky though?
well,
Well.
Albin can at least start with the 11 or the 12. Everything is in the open, so there's no excuse for Albin not to run these last balls of this table.
Yeah, and you feel he must to get himself back in this quarter final.
Yeah, cleaning up these type of tables is a really must for these type of players and for Albin.
Yeah, make it 3-1, then we'll be breaking to hopefully go 3-2, so by no means out of it. It is a race to 8. Still lots to play for in this men's 8-ball quarter final.
Yes, and of course Albin very capable of running tables, running racks, is a world champion twice. Won a world 9-ball title in 2016, and in 2021 he beat Omar Al Shaheen to win his 2nd world title.
I was actually there in Milton Keynes, it was 2021.
Yeah, it was
just
2021.
after COVID. It was the first kind of tournament with open doors after COVID, and I was there.
Yeah, he won 13-9. Quite decent win. And with sinking the 8-ball, he got himself on the scoreboard. Now trailing 3-1. Quick update on the men's event. So the other quarterfinals. Tobias Bongers is leading 3-1 to Max Benko. Max Benko, only 15 years old. Quite a talent. The other match is Juan Carlos Exposito versus Stefan Kasper from Germany. Stefan is leading 4-1. And the third quarterfinal is between Mark Maggi against Sanjin Filanovic. Sanjin is up 5-3. After a scratch in his former break, it's Albin to break off in the 5th rack. Choosing for a pop break too. Full in the face probably. Made the ball on the side. That 7 really helps opening up that cluster. And this is a very nice table for Albin. So you can see enough of that 14, that green ball that's waiting in front of the side pocket. And if he takes away that green 14 ball, that orange 13 is also available to the side pocket. You can see that the 9 ball is a little bit in the way for that 14. So that makes it a little bit harder to start with. Therefore he'll choose solids. Two bolted in the corner. Well, again, this looks like a easy layout, isn't it, Mark? Just go and start with cleaning up the balls at the top of the table, then work your way down.
Yeah, clean the area up in the kitchen. Do the cleaning in the kitchen. 4 ball. 6 ball, okay. May take that now because he's on it so nicely. And now the 4 ball, and then he can concentrate on the business end of the table. Joris.
Yeah, and screw this to the center of the table, probably for the 5. Maybe for the 7, but perfectly on the 5. Has to play the 7 because the 3 ball doesn't pass the 7. But this is a textbook layout. Most made mistake on this type of layouts is losing focus, as it's sometimes like too easy to stay fully focused on the shots.
And I'm sure Wojtek sat in his chair there will be ruining that mistake when he overran position for the ball in the side when he was trying to open up those 2 balls on the rail. Ended up having to jump it, missed the jump, and it's been all Albin since. So an expensive overrunner position there. Well, he's overrun this position as well, talking about overrunning position.
Yeah, he should be still good, but he overruns like a mile. Very unnecessary, so I think this is also some kind of losing focus.
Missed, oh, I thought he missed that.
Yeah.
I think he thought he did as well. Very, very wide of the pocket. So Wojtek will be breaking to try and re-establish a 2-rack lead, but should have been 4 up, Joris. Really should have been.
Absolutely. In the back you can see Albin's sister shooting the 8 ball. And I was wondering, like, of course, if your sister is shooting next to you, can you block that? Or is that a distraction for your focus? Like, I saw sometimes looking Albin towards his sister when he was walking around the table. So I can imagine it's a distraction.
No, they're just so professional, both of them. They're fully focused on what they're doing. They might have a look across at the score in between racks or something, but very much their own player. Both world champions. Great to have a brother and sister on the tour, isn't it?
At least as a social aspect, must be. Break off. The 9 didn't want to go, and the 7 didn't want to go, and those are the
Dry.
2 balls that have to go in the side. So it's a dry break for Wojciech.
Chance to level things up for Albin. Plenty to go at as well. Maybe take the stripe down the rail if he wants stripes. Eyeing up solids as well. What would you be going for here, Joris?
I won't take on the 9 ball because you really have to use the 9 ball to open up the 8, etc. So therefore I probably would go for solids. The 3 ball is hanging there to open up the 8.
You still need to break out the 8 though, don't you?
Yeah, but the 3 is in a perfect position to do that.
Right.
And he can do that right away.
All the top players do this very, very early on. Get rid of any problem. Don't leave it and keep leaving it until you've only down to 1 ball. And then if you don't get it right on that occasion, you've blown your chance. So I like this. Several more goes if it doesn't go right here. Double kiss it maybe.
Yep.
Perfect.
Absolutely. So now I assume he'll take the 6 to the 5 and end up table with the 2 and the 4. But again, a lot of personal preferences. Yeah, so I wouldn't go in it right now from the 1 ball, because then you have to play position on the 2. If you start with the 6 and the 5, you can reposition yourself on the 1 and maybe easily draw it back to the left side of the 2 and the 4, because then they're both nicely available.
I think he wants to get these out the way early so he can concentrate on the other balls up where the 8 ball is. So he's going round some rails here. Pretty good.
Absolutely. Now is he trying to hold this for the 4 ball? Guess so.
Nice angle now, can go anywhere he wants. Play for the 6 ball. Can actually go in and out of the corner pocket here, in between the 14 and 15, if he so wishes. Or can just
Yeah,
play
or
out between the rail and the 14.
yeah, that would be my objective. 14 and a 9. Down there.
Always had the 5, didn't he, Joris, if he overran
Yeah,
position at
that's
all.
why, indeed, that's why I would have run towards this spot. You have 2 balls. Needs to stop. Again, he is not satisfied because he's a little bit of hammered by the 9. But I do feel like, why do you show this much of an emotion in as it's not perfect? You shouldn't be caring like, oh, it's not perfect, because this is very makeable. Draw back a little bit.
That's because he's emotion ocean.
Emotion ocean. Yeah.
I don't think there's anything wrong in showing a bit of emotion. It'd be boring if everyone was the same and didn't give us any facial expressions. It gives us
No, that's not
something
what
to
I
talk
actually
about.
meant. Yeah, no, absolutely. That's not actually what I meant, Mark. I meant like you gotta stay positive. You gotta feel like, oh, I'm a bit short, but I'll make it. I'll do it. And if you show this kind of emotion, like, oh no, I messed it up again, that shows a lot of negativity. And I really like to stay positive and work on staying positive.
Well, it's called being human, though, Joris. We can't all be the same. It'd be a very, very it'd be a boring world if we all were the same, wouldn't it? I think we need some characters in Paul, and we love it when somebody, or I certainly love it when somebody shows a bit of emotion, and you know, they care, it's their passion, it's the way they make their living, and hours of practice, and just a silly little mistake he made there was no real problem. But that's how he reacts. I don't have a problem with it. And look at the score. Should have been 4-0 down, Joris. It's 3-3.
Break off in the 7th rack. Made a 6 in the side. Where's the cue ball? It's just on his jaw. So all good. And not a real big challenge with the solids. The 10 is blocked by the 4. The 4 is blocking that corner. So I assume that he takes some solids, starting off with the free ball. Now it's pretty clear that the 1 ball may not be your last ball, because then it's pretty hard to end up shooting the 8 ball in the same corner. So I guess he's taking on the free ball, take away the 1 ball, use the 5 to go up table, and then probably go back towards the 8. Let's see what Albin thinks.
Jasmine now 4-2 up over Olivia Zaleska. Stadler 4-2 up also over Rose Vander. Anna Grodisnik 2-1 up. And Christina Zlateva 3-1 up on Pia Filler. That's the latest in the ladies.
So indeed, starting with this free ball, take away that 1 ball and shoot the 5 in the side.
Stefan Kasper 6-1 up now on Exposito, going very, very well in that one. Bex Benko is 4-2 down. Pelavanovic 5-5 with Mark Maggie from Estonia. Mark having a good run this year, looked very, very good in the teams. I don't know whether you saw any of that. Did you, Joris?
No, I missed that, unfortunately. I did comment a lot on Dennis Grabe, but I haven't had the chance to see Mark play.
Always kind of been the number 2 to Dennis Grabe. Doesn't really play as much as Dennis, but he's certainly having a good run in this 8 ball and going very, very well against Pelavanovic.
So this is a little
Going
bit
well here.
too much of an angle for the 7 already. So now he has to take on the 4 ball. He'll probably shoot this to the left in between the orange 13 and the brown 7 to shoot the 7 in the same corner. And we'll have to go straight up and mostly focus on just missing the 9 and don't land behind the 15.
It's all about the pace, isn't it, here, Joris, on this shot?
Yeah, but there's quite a margin. Like if you end up in the kitchen, then you're okay. And he did so this is perfect.
He can stand the heat, so he doesn't have to stay out of the kitchen. He's perfect on this 8-ball to take the lead from 3-0 down. He now leads 4-3.
So these are the quarterfinals, and immediately after this match we will continue with the semifinals, and immediately after the semifinals we'll continue with the finals. So whoever will win and get up into the finals has quite a busy afternoon this Saturday.
I think you'd rather be busy than not, wouldn't you? You'd rather be busy playing a semi-final and a final than in your hotel room. That's right, isn't it, Joris?
Absolutely.
No,
but I do know that if there's a massive match where it goes to hill, it's a lot of tension that can ask from you, and a lot of energy, and it can really drain you out during the day. So if you can quite easily walk through these matches, like Stefan is now leading 6-1, that really can help in the end. If you compare it to a tough hill match.
Yeah, very good point. Good break from Wojtek, ball down.
Yeah, the cue ball got kicked back to this side of the table. That doesn't really help him. He has, of course, this 10 ball, but positional wise it's not directly a gimme.
You could play this stripe 10, hold the cue ball where it is, and then play a safety, stop the cue ball behind the, I think it's the, is it the 7 or the 5 rather?
That's a 4 ball. The two pinks are next to each other. That's definitely an option. But with an open table, I think he's looking now to shoot the 12 in a corner, close to the 14. Would that be an option?
Yeah, if it goes, it would be, certainly. Loving the arena and the stars in the background. Really does look very, very professional. Makes the players feel very, very special as well, and rightly so. These pros at the top of their game deserve to be playing in the best of conditions, and they've certainly got them right here in the Kalevi Spordihall in Tallinn, Estonia.
Well played.
Very nicely done. What a shot, Joris, what a shot.
Yeah,
Confidence.
made it perfectly. Can clean up these two balls close to the 8 ball, the 13 and the 9, and then moves his way up table for the last 3 remaining balls of this rack. Yeah, it's a funny game, 8 ball. Sometimes you have a break off and everything is straight in the open, and it's just a walk in the park to clean up the balls. And sometimes it's a massive puzzle and you have to play from prime position to prime position. And in the end, both racks will only are worth 1 score.
It can be a Rubik's Cube or it could be dot to dot.
Absolutely.
One of the two.
So this long 14 ball, roll it in. Nicely done. So you want to end up high on this 15. If you end up low, the 5 comes into equation. So not as high as he is right now, but still leave it at the top side. He's playing a stop shot, just like that. Now a few options. Yeah, I can go 1 rail or 2 rails. I'd go 1 rail directly to.
He just has to mind the 2 ball if he goes 2 rails. That's why he's coming straight down.
Perfect.
Absolutely perfect. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we have ourselves a race to 4 now. I wonder if anyone will take a break here. Looks like they're both staying out.
Yep.
We'll be breaking
like we're
in
continuing.
number 9.
So before this match we had on the stream a match between Mario Hay and Fabio Ricci. And Fabio took a timeout, so Mario sat in the chair, and as soon as the 5 minutes of Fabio were over and Fabio came back to the arena, that's where Mario, he stood up, made the T sign with his hands and took his timeout. So we had a timeout of 10 minutes. And he made sure that Fabio had to sit also 5 minutes in his chair. So it was quite an interesting choice of Mario He to not take his timeout at the same time as Fabio did.
A little bit of sportsmanship, gotta love it.
Absolutely. Break off Balbin made a ball in the side. That 8 ball is in the way for the 2 ball. Now you can take a combination of different groups, but that's only allowed with stripes and solids. So it's not allowed to shoot the 8 to the 2 ball and call the 2 ball, even though it's open. That's not a valid shot.
Yeah, if you remember, that 8 ball was up there previously when Albin broke, wasn't it? When he played the final shot from the 7 to get on that 8 ball, if you remember right.
Ah, you're correct. Yeah.
Similar place.
Absolutely, you're correct. And to the left of the 8
right
was that 1 ball.
sometimes. Not often.
In this case,
not often. But
this time, now you were completely right, Mark. Well spotted. Now, can he take the 10 as a cut shot to start with? Doesn't look like it. He called it 12, didn't he? 12 to the corner.
I can't lip read Austrian. I don't know.
12 is the auf Deutsch.
Those of you asking who's in the commentary booth, I'm Mark White, along with, well, a guy very, very near to Amsterdam. His name is Joris van Amersfoort. That's us two in the booth. Hope you're enjoying the calling of the action, guys. Of course, Joris is the expert. I'm just here for a little bit of fun and colour. I'll be not having a lot of fun at the moment by the looks on his face. Missing that 12 ball after a good open break, so now it's up to the pole to take charge, Joris.
Yeah, so a little bit of a cluster of balls here at the bottom. The 6 balls together. It's something kind of a puzzle, but if this is the layout for straight pool, then it's manageable. So I guess without too much of running into balls, you could solve this puzzle. Love it. You can take away the 11 right now. Stop shot. Shoot the 15. I like it.
He can play any ball from a stop shot here.
Yeah, I prefer to take on the 15 because that's a real narrow entrance in the line to shoot the 15. Maybe leave yourself below the green. Yeah, just roll this in. Now he can also play this 3 rails around for the 14. If you take the 10 first, then you must land up pretty straight on that 14 to screw it back. So that's his game plan. Sorry, you've got the 9 there too. So it'll be the 10, 14, 9.
Yeah, the ball closest to the 8 ball of your chosen suit isn't always the key ball, especially in this situation where it doesn't go past the 2 ball, obviously. So 14, 9, and then that 8 ball just needs to finish low on this 9 ball, but not too low.
Yeah, and it's pretty
Kind of a
straight.
stop shot.
Yeah, it's pretty close to the side. So I think he will work a little bit on this shot. Give him a little bit of distance off the rail. Not exactly. So a good shot needed now. Can only play top spin. 1 rail out and land in between the 8 and the blue 2 ball.
Will he come 2 rails? Will he hit the second rail, do you think?
Nah, I think
No.
straight towards that position. Played it very well.
Perfect. What a great run out. So Albin's miss on that 12 ball cost him another rack and regains the lead, though 5-4 now to the pole.
Yeah, they're both playing very nice pool at the moment. Who are also playing nice pool must be the German guys, because Tobias Bonges is now in a 5-2 lead against Max Benko, and Stefan Kaspar is on a 7-2 lead against Juan Carlos Exposito. And Mark Maggi is 6-6 against Sanjin Vilanovic. And to remind you, all matches are a race to 8. And here on this live stream table, it's Wojciech Sweswick to break off in the 10th rack of this match.
Good break.
4, yeah, 4 in the side pocket again. So that
Look at
pop
solids.
break is
Oh,
working all the time now. We've seen 2 dry breaks where that second ball of the rack does not go into the side pocket, but many times it is. So that makes the break and run a lot easier. Kind of forced to continue with the solids because the 7 ball is blocking the 12. So he has to take on the 1 ball, and I assume the 7 after the 1. So start at the top. And the reason is the 6 ball. The 6 ball is taking on the combination already. That's a smart move. As long as you don't tie up the 6 with the 12. So there is risk in that shot. And that might be the reason that he's not taking it on. See, making the 6 and the 7 combination, I feel that the combination is easy to make, but you gotta watch out that you don't stuck the 6 ball close to the 12 and create a problem. No, that's nicely done. Very nice controlled.
Well, the bridge almost becoming obsolete, almost prehistoric now, isn't it? With all the extensions, but just occasionally we still do see it. Players don't particularly like using it. There it is, the Predator moose head. It's okay.
No, and since Corona, since COVID, I started to play some snooker, and because I played snooker, I had to play a lot more with the rest than I used to do. And eventually that really helps me in how to use, learning how to use a rest. And once you get too used to it, it's much easier to take it. So I think it lacks of practicing with a with a rest for pool players, and therefore not using it that much.
Yeah, I say it every time I commentate and I see the bridge coming out. I'm just surprised that players don't just give it 10-15 minutes at the end of their practice session, you know, just have a little go with it. It's not a difficult implement to use, you just need to get familiar with it, and it can win you matches sometimes. I hate seeing people overreach, especially when they've got the full extension on and they're still, you know, the joint of the cue is still running through the bridge hand. It's just ridiculous in some cases.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. And I have to say that I'm at least was also doing that a lot. But the last couple of years, since I played quite a lot of snooker, I use the rest more and more often.
Just remember, keep that elbow up parallel with the bed of the table. To 6-4. Regained control of this match, Joris, hasn't he?
Yeah, got back into the lead again.
So who is your favourite? Do you have one for this tournament? Is there somebody you think has stood out all the way through? I mean, my pick was Per Levanovic right at the beginning. I don't know why, I just thought he's on quite a bit of a good run at the moment and looked good.
To me, it's going to be, if I have to call him, it will really be Wojciech. I feel like he's the one remaining. Of course, Tobias Bongers is playing well too this whole tournament.
Very dangerous. Tobias as well. He's in the lead in command against Benko, 5-2. But Per Levanovic 7-6 down now to Mark Maggie. So
yep,
maybe Per Levanovic is on his way out. Just shows you somebody.
And
can
I have
come
seen
from
quite
nowhere.
some sloppy. Yeah, I've seen quite some sloppy matches by Sanjin in the last week. So, and Wojciech is much more stable, much more consistent in producing high quality matches. So, for me at the moment, Wojciech is the favourite for the title.
Yeah, good call. Sanjin missed an absolute sitter of an 8-ball last night, and eventually the match went heel-heel, but he managed to scrape over the line, Sanjin, against Dennis Grabet. It was anyone's match really in the end, but Sanjin got through that. I just think sometimes your name's kind of etched in the trophy even before. Let's see if he can come back from 7-6 down. Back to this one though. Albin's made a ball. Joris, how do they look to you, my friend?
I think that all looks good. It's all about personal preferences here. That 7-9 is most probably the toughest to develop. Of course, you have that 2 and the free ball close with the 14 ball, the green ball. But as it looks, that's much easier to open up or work with. Looking for the 1 ball, and then I think he will draw it over the 5 to the side.
35-second shot clock, 1 extension each of 25 seconds, 1 each per rack, 60 seconds after the break, so using up all those 60 seconds to work out his route.
Yeah, and I think it's about time to make a decision for Albin. Probably draw this around the 5. No. So the 2 ball is available to the right bottom. So if he takes that away as soon as possible, then the 3 ball is opened up also. So I think his main focus will be the one on the 7 ball. He's falling pretty straight on this 4. Probably will leave it, roll this in. Cue ball will travel towards the 2 ball. Then he can take away the 2 ball. And maybe from the 2 ball immediately open up to 7. And you've got the 3 ball hanging there as a backup ball if you run into 7. I think that's gonna be the objective. Then you have to play this with inside English. Key shot coming up here.
I think you either need some oil on your knees or on your chair. I'm not sure which one it is, Joris. How old are you, by the way? I don't know how old you are.
If these are my knees, then it's a bad thing. It's indeed my chair. And I'm.
Oh, look at this! Look at this!
Perfect.
Look at this for a little nudge.
Yeah. By the meanings, I'm 47 years old. So
You
I
sound
can.
much younger.
Do I? Well, it's gonna be 3 to the 6 to the 7.
He's done
With
well
this
here.
angle, I assume he's going to use the top rail. Just missed the orange 5. The orange 13, sorry. Yeah, well done.
Very, very nice pattern indeed he chose there. That little nudge on that 7 ball was exquisite, wasn't it? Just to push that on.
Yeah, absolutely. For the people at home, this is not my chair cracking, it's the one of Mark. But it's not distracting Albin. He took out of the 8 ball, winning the 11th rack. Now trailing 6 to 5. And Sanjin made a hill against Mark Maggie.
Yeah, interesting. I want to know who wins that one. I've got dinner riding on that one. If Sanjin can come back, if he wins the title, I win dinner of my choice of restaurant in Amsterdam.
Paid by Pascal.
Paid by Pascal.
Well, if Pascal has to pay for something, it's always a pleasure. And on the side, Pascal, good friend of us. So we're in the commentary booth with about 8 people, isn't it? I think we have quite some Dutchmen in here. Graham Hickman from the UK, Hugh, Mark and George from the USA. So I hope
beg
you
your pardon?
enjoy it.
Sorry, what did you just say?
Sorry,
I'm
we have
from the
quite-
USA. Do I sound American to you?
No, I didn't. George is. George is.
George
isn't
is
it?
American. George
yeah,
is
that's what I
from
said.
yeah.
That's what I mentioned. He's from. You're from the UK. Graham is from
Arizona.
the UK. Arizona, he is. All right.
Yeah,
And
Eric's
Roger
from Canada.
Poland. All right.
Eric's a Torontonian, as they call them. Big Red, his nickname. He's very tall, and he used to have red hair, but not anymore. He's now called Big Reddish.
And if you took a good look at the break from Wojciech, you could see him jumping up at the break to give it extra power. I wasn't happy with the result, I think, in the last break, so... A little bit Filipino style break he took there. Going for stripes. Because of the cluster here down, you can see the green, red, blue 236 balls clustered. And likes to avoid it. So
Yeah, this to get on the
again,
hill as well.
yeah. So now looking at the position in between the 7 and the 6 for the 15. His strategy is again the same. First cleaning up the balls in the area where the 8 ball is not in there. This wasn't a clean pocket, but it did go. So first clean up the bottom because of the 8 ball is at the top. And afterwards shoot the last remaining balls around the 8. Now if you ask me, I would like to play the 12 first. But I'm not sure the route towards it is a route to go for. Yeah, I like it. So I can go forward on the 10. Then the 12. Then the 13. End up with the 11. I was going the other way around, exactly the other way around. So 13, then the 11 for the 10. Has to shoot the 11 in the corner. Draw back 1 or 2 rolls. And he should be good.
Christina Zlateva 4-2 up now. Oh, it's just gone to 4-3 actually over Pia Filler. Jasmine 6-4 up over Olivia Zolewska.
Well, that's a lot more than 2 rolls. So a little bit too far drawn back. So he's gonna
That's
leave
half a
himself
dozen
in a longer
rolls.
spell. Yeah. Let's see. He's stroking like he's really going to the bottom. Around the 4. He is. Well, nice played. Well done.
Couldn't have played it better. Absolutely pinpoint precision position from the pole in pole position. Really good stuff this to get on the hill. Wojtek owned most of the first half of the match. Albin came back, but since then it's been all Shevchik again, and thoroughly deserves to be on the hill at 7-5. Albin will break though, but of course Wojtek guaranteed at least one more break. Joris to get over the line can just sit back, relax and see what the Austrian does. I think he may be going out for a break here, is he?
I'm not quite sure if he already had it. No, he indeed is taking a timeout at the moment.
Okay, so we'll do exactly the same, guys. Both tables on timeout. We're going to take a quick timeout as well. Joris and myself, Mark White, will be back soon with the conclusion of this enthralling match. And welcome back to this quarter-final between Albin Ocean racking the balls for his break against Wojtek Shevchik, who is on the hill in this race to 8 at 7-5. I'm Mark White, being joined in the booth by Joris van Amersfoort. How are you doing, Joris? Are you having fun?
Watching pool on a Saturday afternoon. Of course I'm having fun. And we are treated with another great match. I've had already some great matches going hill with a lot of tension. And to be honest, if you take a look at the way this match is going, the start was for Wojtek, the middle was for Albin, and now the end is tending to go towards Wojtek's way. But it ain't over until the fat lady sings. And to be honest, with this dry break, the fat lady may clear her throat and starting to
Well,
get ready for the song.
It could be over when no ball sinks. It's dry, and Albin straight away took his glove off.
Yeah, the way Wojciech is playing, he is the favourite to clear up these stripes. It will be starting with the orange 13 for a stop shot for the 9. Give a little kiss to the 1 for the 10. And then work his way towards the 8. As you can see, he might not use the 1 ball, just play a stop shot here on the 9. Take the cut on the 10. Now the 14 ball does not pass the 4. So I assume he will find a position straight away in between the 4 and the 14 to shoot it to the bottom left. Yeah, perfect. Then go forward to the center of the table.
What a chance to put himself in the semi-final.
Ooh, that had a little doubt if it wants to go in or not, but eventually it found its gravity to the bottom of the pocket. Now the path is, I think, the 15 first. If it passes the 6, that makes it a lot easier than shooting the 11 first and has to draw back for the 15. So let's see if the 15 is available. No. He has to shoot the 11 first. Probably roll forward to shoot the 15 in the corner or the side. There you can see that the 15 is not available in this. Well, how about this? Do you like this for a shot, Mark? Hammered by the 5?
Well, he does have the left-hand side of the cue ball to play with, so still expect him to make this into the corner. Can just hold the cue ball for the 8 into the side pocket. Oh, he is hampered. He's going centre ball, so just going to drop this in dead weight. Well,
nice little
chance. 1 foot in the semi-final, Joris.
Oh, it's quite a tough cut towards the 8. It's definitely missable. Can he keep himself together? Keep his nerves calm? The 8 in the side pocket. He can.
And it's there. Great performance. What a performance from Wojciech Szczebczyk. The little fist pump there against Albin Ocean. Another player through to the semi-final is Mark Maggi from Estonia. He has defeated Sanjin Pelivanovic by 8 racks to 7. Kasper also in. Stefan Kasper, 8-4 winner over Esposito. Still going. Max Benko and Tobias Bongers, who leads 6-3 in that one. It's been a pleasure. We're back with semi-final action very, very soon, guys, here on Pro Billiard TV. From myself, Joris, and myself,
cheers,
Mark.
Mark.
We'll see you soon, guys. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's semi-finals will start at 5 o'clock on the dot. Players, please can you take your chairs, and referees prepare the tables. Welcome to the 8-ball finals of the Predator European Ball Championships, presented by the City of Tallinn. We have 8 semi-finals in 4 divisions, and firstly, our wheelchair users. On table 16, we have Joenitati, Finland, against North Macedonia's Vladimir Georgievski. And on table 13, from Poland, Emil Malinowski against Sweden's Henrik Larsson. In the under-23 division, on table 14, Arseny Sebastianov of Finland, and he plays Denis Laskowski of Germany. And on table 15, from Switzerland, Sylvain Starkerman, and he takes on, from Slovakia, Christian Mrva. Moving into the arena with the women's semi-finals. On table 2, from Germany, Pia Filler. And she faces, from Slovenia, Anna Grotiznik. On table 4, from Austria, Jasmine Ocean. And her opponent tonight, from Germany, Chantal Stadler. Moving on to the men's semi-finals. On table 3, Estonia's very own Mark Nagy. And his opponent this evening, from Poland, Wojciech Szewczak. And finally, on table 1, we have an all-German clash between Tobias Bongers and Stefan Kasper. Players, will you please lag for break?
Welcome to day 8 of the 2025 Epbf Predator European Pool Championships. We're bringing you today's matches from the European capital of sport, Tallinn. And this match being brought to you today is the semi-finals of the men's 8-ball. I'm Gethin Davis, and joining me in the booth today is my dear colleague, George Teachea. Welcome, George, to the semi-finals.
Hello everyone, and what an all-German affair we have here. We have Tobias Bongers and Stefan Kasper. Tobias is actually the winner of the men's 14-1 here this week, and Kasper was a runner-up in the 10-ball, so they're both accustomed to the tables, both at their highest level of play, and we're going to have a great semi-final here. Your referee racking the balls is Bojana Banda from Serbia. So it's an all-European affair. I'm in the States having the pleasure of commentating this match with Gethin. And here we go, Gethin.
Thank you,
Bongers
George.
to break. Or he may give up the break. Hold on a second. No, he's breaking. I just recalled the 14-1. Sometimes they give up the break to their opponent when they win the lag. We've had quite a bit of pool here these 8 days. 14-1, 10-ball, teams, wheelchair championships. What an affair, and what great pool we've been privileged to. And more to come. Race to 8 here in this semifinal. There goes the 4 ball right to the corner pocket. The cue ball's in the middle of the table.
The cue ball was threatening to go in that middle pocket there, George, and it got knocked out the way, and it has left Tobias with a lovely opportunity to get off to a flyer. Very powerful break.
Yes, it is, and this could take him all of 3 minutes to run through this track. Everything is wide open, and the balls lead to the pattern. Once he gets this one out of the way, he'll come back to the bottom of the table for the 4 balls down, actually the top of your table, excuse me. The 8 ball has an open pocket. It looks like both corner pockets may be open for it. But if not, he's got it on the side. I would actually like to save that ball for my key shot. But he's going to come down and run these here.
Yeah, he played
and then
that
come
well.
back for the 8.
He did very well to avoid the stripe there on the way back, and I don't think he can see the 5. Maybe from our overhead. I just had a look. I don't think he can see the 5, so he may go for the 3 here. It's a bit of a trickier shot. He's just had a look and he's shaking his head no. Maybe it's a bit too tight.
I would go for the 3 ball and follow the ball back towards the 10 to get on the 5, the 6, the 1, and come up for the 8. Either way, all the balls lead to the right side of the table to get position for the 8 ball. So it's just a matter of holding your nerve and making the balls. You should have a makeable shot on all 4 of them.
He should indeed, and I don't know if our viewers were able to tune in a little earlier and see the introductions of the semi-finals. We have the women's 8-ball semi-finals being played at the same time, but on the other table we have the men's match between Wojciech Szewczak and Mark Maggi, and while we were commentating our match previous, there was a huge cheer shortly afterwards as one of the home players from Estonia, Mark Maggi, made it into the semi-final. So it's going to be an exciting time for the home fans. However, on this table, the all-German clash, Tobias is looking to run this one through and hold his break.
Well, you couldn't start a match better than this with these 2 shots to get the break and run out for your opening game. Probably come 2 rails right towards the 8 in line for the corner pocket. Beautifully done.
Absolutely. And George, Tobias has been having a strong tournament already so far and will be looking to add some silverware to his collection, I fear.
Well, he's got a who's list of people he defeated. He defeated Daniel Maciol, Mario He, Stanislav Sayov, Eden Redzik, Kasper Maitikainen, and Max Benko to get to this semifinal.
Wow.
And now breaking will be Stefan Kasper, who also had a fine finish in the 10 ball. And Stefan has actually defeated some pretty big players too. Aleska Pechel, Harris Stratovac, Alex Montpellier, David Zalman, and then the 2 Spaniards, Jose Alberto Delgado and Juan Carlos Exposito. So they've played some pool and they've had some success, a lot of success. You know, Casper's about to break the balls reminds me a little bit of Darren Appleton. You get that? You get that a little bit? Just a little. He just brings Darren to mind. What a champion Darren is.
He is indeed. And I would like to think Stefan will be wanting to get off to a good start here and follow in certain footsteps. He's kept a good cue ball, and balls look like they're dropping, George.
And the cue ball's in a good place. It's got some good openers. A good spread. When we get a little better view of the table, we'll see what kind of problems he might have. Looks like he can open with an. Actually, he's kind of limited with his opening shot. If the 9-ball doesn't go, he's got this. Looks like the 12 there by the cue ball, and then he has a long pot. That might be his only opening shot.
Yeah, he certainly called it, George. And as you quite rightly identified, even though it was a good break, he's still got to make a good opener here.
Either that one or the one right to the left of it for the side pocket, the 15 ball. But he's taken the 12 to the corner. And now he's taking the 1 ball, the furthest away from all the rest, to come up and lay for these. That 11-9 is a little bit of a problem to get on.
Yeah, I think he was just looking at that now, George, and eyeing up which balls following this 10 he could use to get there. May be able to find something from it now.
Yeah, Casper at the table has only played the Euro Tour since 2023. He had three quarters. He was a second in 2023, 3 quarterfinals in 2024, and then this year he was second at Treviso. He is a ex-snooker player. I believe he started playing pool approximately 10 years ago. So some of that info has been provided by our YouTube chat, which makes it very nice for us. We have some knowledgeable people there.
Thank you very much. It's great to know we have such knowledgeable viewers enjoying the matches today, and I love the interaction. Well, this is his 11-ball moment, George, and he's going to be moving this 9-ball over towards either the corner pocket, possibly over towards the 14. He wants to just play this carefully.
Ever so slightly. Now can you get back off the rail? You see where he's pointing, where he wants to place the cue ball. He'll follow towards that. The table's still playing pretty new cloth, so it's going to slide a little here, especially with the forward English. Can you get it up high enough?
Well,
the answer is no.
No, and I think he's going to be moving more balls, George.
Yeah, from this angle, it looks like he's high enough, and he's going to be going into the 6-ball. He should get a shot on this 8. He's going to hit the 6-ball almost full. And he got a shot beautifully on the 8-ball. And he will break and run this game out just like his opponent did. So these Germans have come to the table to play. Both of them with a break and run.
Oh, absolutely, George. They mean business, and neither of them giving an inch so far. And useful to point out, it's alternate break, and break and runs are really the order of the day. And then asking a big question of your opponent. So will it be the break where the first mistake comes? I'm not too sure. Not by the looks of it. They're both breaking strong.
They both breaking strong. They both run excellent patterns, as we just saw in the last 2 racks. So the difference will probably be the break, as it has been in several matches that I've gotten to commentate here between Mario He and Dennis Grabe, Albinoche and Daniel Maciel. The break has made the difference in most of these matches, if not all.
No, and
Tobias Bonger, 30-year-old from Germany. Having some success on the tour. Prior to that, his highest finishes were 2nd place in St. John Open, 5th in the UK Open, a 3rd in Bucharest Open, and so far this year he had a 5th in the Euro Open. He's come on strong though, especially with the straight pool after winning that.
Absolutely, and I've had the pleasure of meeting Tobias on more than one occasion. He's a great guy, both on and off the table. And when I've had the pleasure of playing with him, he is never too shy to offer a little tip here and there, and just complements the wonderful nature of the game.
It's always good when you have players extend advice or help to other players instead of keeping it to themselves.
Yeah, exactly. This is a test of the cueing.
These long pots always are. He's missed it by quite a ways.
Yeah,
and has left a very available shot for Stefan.
Well, from watching Tobias so far, that was a very much an unforced error. It was a tricky pot, but you would have expected him to make it, and this might be exactly what Stefan is looking for.
You know, that shot by Tobias may have been an indication of some early match jitters. That's the kind of shot that gets missed, and that's the way it gets missed when that's happening, and it can happen. Not sure if the 6 goes by the 1 to the corner pocket, because that'll be his next positional play, unless he comes around and plays it to the same pocket.
And if you look down where Stefan is now, you would have seen he has a very tricky 4 ball. So we could see some balls moving unless he can keep that cue ball on a shoestring, and he's just making a few faces. I think he just wanted to be a little bit different on his shape there.
Yeah. He wanted an angle to go into the 15 so he could be straight on the 7 to follow up for the 4 ball. Now he's going to have to create that angle so he can take care of that problem on the 4. I'm not sure if he got it there.
No, I don't think he did, but he's having a double check just in case. Maybe he can just bring it around. No, he seems to be playing it straight. No. He also needs to ensure that when he does get on the 4, then he gets away to bring the cue ball back up. No.
Now he's left himself a severe cut on this 1 ball, but he's got the 14 to hold him for the 6 if he chooses to shoot that.
Yeah, and if the 6 didn't pass the 1 ball, it will now if he pots this. Ooh. I think he's still come out, ooh, a little, well, maybe he can play it up the rail, but I love the ambition with that shot. He left a lot of room for that cue ball to slow up just in shape for the 4, but it's run on, and he's going to have to take the 7 on, and I think it's the wrong side for the centre, but he's going for the centre pocket. Tight pockets on these Predator arcs.
He's got, I can't tell if he got the angle to stun up for the 4 ball.
No.
There's 2 ways he could have played that. He could have played it a little lower on the cue ball to come straight up towards that 15 and get on the 4, or he could have played it a little higher and taken 2 rails to that area. He's taken the 2 rail route, and he's hit it nicely.
That is a great shot, George. Well called. 2 rails, judged to perfection. Now, where's he going with this 8 ball, George? What are you thinking?
He's got either pocket, so he just wants to get a decent shot on it, and this is about the best he's going to be able to settle for. Will he get behind? He did get behind. He's in tough place. He did get behind the 9 ball there, trying to get close.
Yeah, it was a little difficult to judge contacting another ball on way, but he put a lot of topspin on that to bring the cue ball out. And the cue ball has just run on a bit further. He's swerved around it, George.
And
just a little bit too
unsuccessfully. This is a gift for Tobias. But he's actually left it a little difficult because he can't get the cue ball off the bottom rail. He's straight in. So will he take another shot first? Will he take the long shot on the 14? He needs an angle to come up the table. That ball to the side has a scratch, so he's got to be careful.
Yeah. And
Casper was actually pretty fortunate. Careful with the scratch here. Oh, he beat it. Nicely done. Will he get down to the 13 or will he have a little of the long pot? He's down there for it.
He is indeed.
Should be enough. Should be enough. Steep cut, steep angle, but very makeable. He's playing the ball that he's closest to.
Very nicely done, and he's managed to keep good shape on that cue ball.
Probably play this 9 ball next, I believe. He might play the 14 and come up for the 9, but I like the way this lays to get position on the top ball there. I think it's a 10. Because this lays for a follow shot, or is he coming back for the 14? He played for the 10. Now he'll get he'll go to the head rail and down towards the 14, giving himself an angle to get on the 11, which is on the left rail, and the 8 ball sits over a pocket, so it's not a concern.
Yep, he's listening to you, George, and
that might not serve him well. He could go either 2 rails or straight across. I like the two rail version there. He likes the straight across. But that takes the scratch out of it.
Well, Stefan will be sorely disappointed there because it looked very much like he was going to finish this rack off. And he left a very tricky opener for Tobias, but he has done extremely well and picked them off. And this will be to get back into the lead.
And more importantly, he'll be breaking. It'll be his break. Because he won that one off of Stefan's break.
I'm just wondering... No, I don't think so. I believe Tobias won the lag, did he? Not?
Yes, he did.
Yeah, so...
Oh, you're right. It will be Stefan's break. That's right. They both had a break and run.
It's a little bit more difficult to tell now we have the referee racking them up. We could easily guess before now.
Yeah, they changed things up in the semifinals, didn't they?
They have indeed. Well, we always had the ref there, but now we have them racking the ball and watching every shot and managing the shot clock too. Both players on the shot clock. You're allowed 1 extension per rack per player. And as we alluded to earlier, it's alternate break. Stefan Kasper to break, trailing by 2 frames to 1.
The 9 ball was going close. It did not go. Does this ball go in? No. It's an open table for Tobias. And a dry break from Stefan. Not happy about that.
No.
Yeah, these two are some of the best players out of Germany, I believe, with some of the info that's being provided here. Is they are 1-3 in the 44 players coming out of Germany. Casper has 17 wins, 3 losses. Bongers with 15 wins and 5 losses. The player in between them is Luca Mann, who's also doing good here in these pool championships this week in Estonia.
And we have still got a lot of pool to play yet, George, including tomorrow kicks off the 9-ball. We've already had straight 10-ball, and we're coming to the culmination of the 8-ball as we watch Tobias work on his pattern here, and he's going to start off with he's going to open with solids.
2-ball. Yeah, 2-ball to the 5. 3 balls kind of hard to get on, but he's got the 1 ball that allows him there. The 6 ball is a problem, but once the 3 is gone, it looks like it goes by the 8. So coming from the 7 or the 4, they can take care of the 6 if he gets on the 7 rather soon.
You saw the look of concentration on Tobias there from that camera angle. Looking very determined. You think he'll take your advice now and
we'll see how he plays this. He's coming across. He'll come across to get on the 1 ball. Actually, he wants to get... No, he's going to... Now he's only got 1 shot, is to shoot the 4 up the table, and he doesn't have an angle to address these. He's got to go from the 4 to the 1 to get to the 6 and the 3.
can he give this a little bit of oomph and screw into the long rail with a lot of right hand side, and bring it round underneath?
It looks like he's going to try to pop it off the rail here, follow it, and get on the 1 ball. Straight across. Doesn't want much of an angle. Exactly. Well, now he has to go into the balls. He'll go into the 2 balls, and he'll actually split them, it looks like. Oh, maybe not. He might hit the 8. And see, the 8's, he's looking at hitting the top of the 8 to move the 6 into the 3. That might force him up over the stripe on the side there and hook him. It's going to be tight. No, he's done just well. Very, very well. Came out great. Put the 8 ball over a pocket. He's now got to get on the 6, which is an easy affair. Just a straight follow shot.
Well, from a dry break, Tobias has come to the table, and it looks like he's going to run all the balls here, George. And that's going to bring him into a 2-rack lead. Alternate break.
Great clearance.
Very good.
And as you just mentioned, with the alternate break, he gets the next one, since that was off of Casper's break. So this could open up to a 3-game lead rather soon. Early lead here, and possibilities of a bigger one.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what Tobias will be looking for here while we watch the referee racking them up. And I'm just having a little look at the other semi-final, as you can see in the background there. It looks like on the other TV table we have Pia Filler playing her semi-final. And I'm not too sure, I don't have the information for that one, I'm afraid. I hope you can help me out with that one, George. And the other men's semi-final. Please.
Pia Filler and Anna Gradisnik are tied 1 apiece. On the men's semi-final, you have Wojciech Szewczak trailing Mark Maggi 5-0. So they've been off to a run. Mark must be on a run. And Wojciech breaking dry, I guess, or scratching.
Yeah, he must be flying high after his last 16 match, which went all the way. So Tallinn have representation in good position in the semi-finals here, but we're watching the all-German affair.
Well, the one thing about Mark Maggi in his quarterfinals against Sanjin Pelovanovic is that was a hill match, and Sanjin's been playing extremely well for some time now, for the last couple of years. So Mark should be pretty proud of himself and find his way into the finals, possibly over a 10-ball world champion, Shevchuk. What do you think here, Mr. Davies? Looks like he wants to play this 12 ball. Now he's forced himself to play the 10 next. There's no other available shot unless he decides to take the steep cut.
He's going to have to look to do or work around that cluster of 3 there. And maybe he wants to pick this 15 off first. But he's overrun a little. Maybe he's going to have to take the 14 in the center. Oh, the 15 doesn't go from the overhead, so yep, he was clearly playing for that one. I do like this view, George. It gives you a very accurate line on all the balls.
Nice angle for this 15 ball here to break open the 9 and the 11. He's going to have to do it carefully, though, because if he slides up, he could get behind the 6.
Yeah, he's pushed the 9 over towards the bottom cushion here, and he may have created a little problem clustering the 2 stripes together. I'm just wondering if he can still pot that 12. He put his cue on the table there like he could get an angle for it. Looks tight, George.
Looks like he'll come up and maybe bump the 6 to get on the 9 ball and then come up for the 11. Oh, he's gone to the other side. That's actually a better move, because if he doesn't get the correct, if he goes too far, neither ball goes.
If he's got the right angle, he can just poach. He can make it. Lovely. He's done very well with that cluster there.
Yes, he did. 8 ball has either side pocket available. Did he come up far enough? Oh, he's going to be faced with a steep cut on. Oh, that's not so bad from that angle.
It looked a little bit worse from that camera angle, George, if truth be told. However, Stefan...
It did.
He's brought this back to 3-2, George, and we still have a lot of pool in this match, I hasten to fear. And Stefan shaking his hand there. I think he understands that too.
Yeah, an inch could have made a difference there. A little bit more to the right, and he has no shot on the 8. He's smiling, looking at his countryman and probably teammate. I'm sure they've played teams. I would think they would play teams. In fact, there is teams being played, and I don't recall who the German team is. They might be on the same team.
I will have a check
on the men's.
For you, George. I will have a check for you, George. If you
awesome.
Hold on, I'll bring that information back to you during
okay.
after this next match.
In that case, I'll go over the sponsors while you find that. EPBF sponsors are the Predator Group, Iwan Simonis Billiard Cloth, which is what's being used here, the Aramith Billiard Balls being used here, Longoni Cues, Kamui Brand, Hansavest, Folger, and DATEL. And what you see on the reflection you see on those balls are the Predator perimeter lights. I've always liked the little view they provide when they give us that camera angle. And that Predator arc table is just, it's growing on me. It's just so sleek, so attractive and easy to get into your home with a 3-piece slate.
Well, I've just had a little check for you there, George, and so far for Team Germany, Tobias Bongers hasn't played a match. It has been Stefan Kasper, Luca Mann, and the young Felix Vogel. And let me tell you, all three are a lineup to come up against in itself.
Felix coming up into the men's area now. He played a lot of juniors. I think he's of age to start playing all the men's. I know he will be playing in the under 23.
Yeah,
so
I know for sure that he is one fearless player.
I've actually commentated his matches last year in the juniors. I believe it was in New Zealand or Austria, one or the other.
Very impressive talent, George. And I don't know if you just noticed that last shot by Stefan, but he came in and just nudged up against the stripes there, and he's got the cue ball right in the thick of it there, and he seems to have a lovely little touch around these clusters.
If he can't get back for it, he can follow and play the 14 in the side. He can follow it very softly and just play the 14 in the side pocket, then get on the 10 and 15. Yeah, there he is.
Very well spotted, George. And he played that beautifully. And he's not really needing to do too much with the cue ball here for the next couple of shots.
No, he can just run it from the 10. He can just go to the long rail and take the ball down the long rail there, and then get on the 8 for the side. So it lays pretty nice for him. Not sure if he'll choose to go above the 11, or stay underneath it.
Yeah,
he could actually choose to go into it.
Well, yeah, it depends what angle he has, but I would prefer to come underneath it to not have to do too much, but these players have their own preference.
Well, he might have too much angle for it, so he's going to play into it. There. He tried to go above it, and he did. Yeah, I think he had too much angle to just hold it for the long rail shot.
Right. Well, always fraught with danger when you run into a ball, when it's the penultimate ball for your run out. And he's come across very nice to play this in the center pocket. And this is a very important rack for Stefan. It brings him back to 3 apiece, George. What are you thinking?
They're going level, 3 apiece.
We have been blessed with matches so far today, George, having the pleasure of commentating with you on the last one. I think my blood pressure's only just returned.
Well, see, Geffen, at my age, I take pills for that, but at yours, but we've seen some fantastic pool here these 8 days in Estonia, and I thank the Lord from my monitor here, so that I can see some of the great pool, a great background. The venue is awesome. The equipment is fantastic, and the players are great.
And
as Tony the Tiger would say, they're great. That'll wake everybody up.
Exactly. I do like, this is the first for me as well, the starlight, the starlit Khalifi Hall. It's is really nice, and it's quite relaxing for the players as well. It works great on the screen.
It really does. It really makes the LED boards around the table in the arena pop. It really sets it off.
Well,
And
race to
breaking in
8.
game number 7. And it is a race to 8. Gethin, break this down for us.
Well, we've had a couple go with break, and we've had a couple go against the break. And that leads me to think that we still have a few twists and turns left in this, and knowing how we've been watching these players perform this week, I think we're going to see some magic with it. So I'm not going to be brave yet, George. But I will tell you this, I do fancy it to go very deep.
Both these gentlemen. Yes.
Yeah.
This looks good. He'll get on these 3 balls up on top, then come by for the 13 that's by the side, by the corner pocket there, over the pocket. He'll come into that and play position for the 10 and 11 that are next to the 8. The right side. And he's looking to see how to get down for that ball. He wants the right angle so he can come back up for the 10 first. After shooting the 13. He's left himself a long pot. I thought he would get on the 11 and clear that off.
Yeah, I'm with you there, George. Maybe he felt he couldn't get good shape on it, and he's had to settle for this longer pot.
Well, you know, the 11 ball is only hampered by the 5, so he's got room on both sides of the 5 to get on it. But having to come all the way down, but he's handled this perfectly. Now he'll address the 3 balls at the bottom and probably move the 6 out of the 1 ball out of the way to open up the 8 to both pockets. Doesn't have to.
That would be very beneficial if he does, but yeah, maybe he doesn't have to the way he's playing this.
Yeah. He's playing the 15 first. Interesting. I like it. Look how nice he's done this.
And maybe he even did that on purpose to be able to just push the 1 out the way and open his options. I think he's got a little earpiece in and he's listening to you, George.
No, he's going to move that swan ball. He should. Just roll into it a little bit. Perfect. And now he's opened it up. And look at the angle he's given himself to come up for the 11. He wants to get in the center of the table, just past the 7.
That did reminisce of a few of the shots he played in his straight pool run. Nudging balls just out into break positions, and that would have been a perfect example. However, this is 8 ball, and he leaves.
Perfect lead in there. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying he's just leaving this 9 now.
Well, he's not afraid of distance. He's not afraid of distance at all. He'll have a good shot to get the cue ball back underneath the 5. Just to the left of the 5, coming towards the 8. Just has to get to the side pocket. Nothing real big.
Yep, nothing real big. Little bounce off the cushion
there.
This has been a nice example of Tobias's performances so far in this tournament. He's played some key shots here. And
a big one there for another break and run. That's a second of the match.
Absolutely, and and a very good time to do it.
He now has a is it a 1-game lead? They were 3-3, so now we're at 4-3. You made a very good point, Gethin, regarding straight pool, that he's showing his skills there. Straight pool leads into this 8-ball quite a bit. It's very similar. That is pattern play, little cue ball movement. And if you're a great straight pool player, as he has proven to be, this 8-ball shouldn't be that much of a challenge for him at all.
I don't believe it will be. And as you just take a look at the other tables, they're all in play. Semi-final time. And for anyone just wanting to check what time the finals will be coming to you at, it appears that they will be coming at you 7 o'clock in the evening Tallinn time, which is 6 o'clock in the evening Central European time. So stay tuned, it's not over yet.
And in the other semi-final, the Estonian Mark Majid now leads 6-1 over the Polish Wojciech.
Excellent. And Stefan has been left with not many options here. It looks like the cue ball is frozen to the 2-ball. He may be able to see, yep, a great camera angle. You can see the 14 into the middle, and I know he can see the 9, but could be hampered with the 2. And looking at that little cluster with the 1 and the 3 down there, he might have his mind made up for him. So he's just having an inspection.
I like the stripes quite a bit. Start with the 14. I would get on the 10 ball next. I mean on the 15 ball next. If he can get on the 15 ball here. And I think he has. If not, he's got on the 12 so he can come down for the 15. Or is that the 13 by the side pocket? Oh, he's on it perfectly.
He is.
He's only going to have, yeah. He's only going to have one pocket for the 8 or the side pockets. Oh, there's no reason you shouldn't run these out here. He might be feeling home free.
I mean,
that 11 goes to the corner. Go get them.
I was just saying he'd want to leave himself just low on this 9 for his cue ball, so he can just bring the cue ball up off the long rail to leave him straight on the 8. But he's shaking his head there. Did he just underrun that cue ball?
He's in good shape. He can go towards the 4 ball up on the left there along the long rail to get on the 9. And as long as he's not on the rail, he can stun down by the side pocket for the 8. He's perfect.
Yeah, he did just that, George.
Well, he might come all the way down and play the 8 to the side. It just... He's going to come straight over by the side pocket. Yeah, he had a good angle. I thought he had too much of an angle to do this easily, but he didn't. He was perfect. And this will level things up at 4.
And he does indeed. And that keeps us in a very, very close-knit race. Can't ask for more. Stefan and Tobias both delivering.
And delivering it very well. Tied at 4, and both players with 2 break-and runs. They've had clearances off of each other's break. So, quite the match we have. Both running very simple, effective patterns to run their clearances. I'm not sure how much you guys like to use Fargo up in Europe, but as far as Fargo goes, these guys are 3 points away from each other. Tobias at a 792 and Stefan with a 795, also ranked 68th because he doesn't play a lot of Euro tours on the WPA rankings. I could not find Tobias's ranking. Yeah, 3 points apart. And the score shows it.
Exactly. Well, in his last rack that he broke, Tobias broke and run, and I can't imagine he will want anything less at this visit. 4-4.
Breaking from the center, ball down in the side, and ooh, another ball down in the corner. They fought to get into the other side. Didn't happen. Straight in shot on the 3. Straight in shot over the pocket with the stripes. So everything's open. The 9 ball doesn't go. He'll probably be looking at solids.
Yep, I think you are on the money there, George. But still a good looking break. That 8 ball will need some consideration. And from the overhead camera, it's not immediately clear if that 6 goes into the corner pocket past the 10. So Tobias might have a bit more work to do yet.
It looks like it does, and the 4 ball leads right to it. A stop shot on the 4 gets him the 6 with the angle to go to the 8. That's where he wants to finish off this run.
Well, if it didn't
and look,
go, he would run into it now, I would assume.
Yeah, exactly. He'll finish it off. Look how nice these 3 balls finish the run for him. A stop shot on the 2, a stop shot on the 4, and a little follow off the 6, and the 8 ball to the opposite corner. It looks fairly simple, but we're not feeling the nerves he's feeling right now or the pressure he's feeling.
Absolutely. We're not in the semi-finals, but I tell you something, I feel as close as I can to it.
Has he got you on edge?
Well, I do like it when it gets to the later stages in the tournament and we start seeing these guys breaking and running, because it really does lead to fireworks. So he's following your path here, George.
Well, what he's doing is he's playing textbook 8 ball. It's not my path. It's the path of the game. Play the table. Take what it gives you. And it's going to give him a break and run.
This is 2 in a row. These are good signs for Tobias. Stefan, breaking and running the last one, will be looking to repeat that too. So these are going through quite quickly now, George. They're keeping us on our toes.
Well, that's why you're getting paid.
Yeah, it's difficult to pick a winner as well, and that's just the way we like it. I mean, for the German fans, they are guaranteed a German player in the final. Well, that will not matter at all.
You know, Gethin, one of the things about, I've been doing commentary for a long time, and one of the things I rarely do is pick a winner, because then you find yourself rooting for him just to be right. So you don't want to pick one. I don't pick one.
I do find I love an underdog, quite frankly. That's where I come into play, and I do like, especially when players get unfortunate and they maybe get a little bit despondent. That's when I really start to root for them, because it's just for the love of the game.
You know, the one thing about this match is there's no underdog.
No, I don't think there ever was going to be either. And what
No.
a break from Stefan there. They're dropping for fun.
Well, they're the wired balls, I guess you might call them, on the break seem to be going. The ball behind the head ball, and then the one around the table. Both were stripes, I believe. So the stripes and are all open.
There are 4 stripes remaining on the table, George.
Yeah. Yes, and if the 9-ball passes the 5 to the left-hand corner or the 2 to the right-hand corner, he's taking stripes, but he's taking solids because the 9 must not pass.
No, and with there being not so many stripes on the table, he doesn't have as much traffic to contend with.
Great point. Everything's wide open for him in solids. Or as you might want to say, in the land of the solids.
Exactly. Well, it's difficult to pick any immediate problems, so I'm not going to. And I will just leave it to you and I to think about the pattern and the shape he may take here to get to the 8-ball.
Well, I don't think there's any immediate problems or any problems whatsoever. It's just a matter of taking what the table gives you. He'll come back towards the 8 with the cue ball. He did not really want to bump that ball, but he's got position on the 5 to get to the 4 and then come up for the 2 balls on the top part of the table, the 1 and 3. 8-ball is readily available for whatever he wants to do. Here he just has to avoid the 8 and the 10.
It certainly looks like both of these players have got their breaks dialed in. And if they can keep delivering this after their successful breaks, we are in for a thriller. And this will be the 4th break and run in a row, if I'm not mistaken, George. I do not want to jinx it, of course.
Yeah, but he actually ended up in the hardest place he could. Now, due to this, he'll come just past the 10. He has a tendency of taking the soft shots instead of running the ball around. So I see him just coming past the 10 to play the 8 in the right-hand corner. He could come all the way down to the left side and play the 8 in the side. And that's what he's chosen to do. High percentage, good speed, and he'll complete the run out. And you're right, 4 break and runs in a row by the players, each on their break. And so they are tied.
They are. And, well, you and I have been absolutely treated these past 2 matches, and it looks like Stefan is just called his timeout. 5-5. Not a bad time to do this, with it being a race to 8. This is now just a quick fire to 3, George, and I'm starting to move towards the edge of my chair. I'll be honest with you now.
You know, what's funny, Gethin, is here, and I remember a television commercial for a hockey game. And they would sit there and say, "We'll sell you the whole seat, but you'll only need the edge." That's where you're at, on the edge.
I love it. That's a good marketing strategy. I like it. I'm just having a quick look, see if we can get some updates on the other semi-final match. And Mark Maggi is maintaining a 6-4 lead over Wojciech Szewczak. So Poland being bested by Estonia in that match. And Mark, if he can run through well, that will be tickle pink, and we will have some noise happening, not just at the end of the semi, but during the final. So watch that space there. We'll keep bringing you updates on the matches. And George, if you're able to, or if you are going to have a look at any time soon, could you please just see what the girls' semi-finals are looking at as we look over at.
Okay. Well, one other thing about Maji's 6-4 lead is he was leading 6-1. So Shevchuk on the comeback. The ladies, on the other hand, Pia Filler and Anna Gradisnik are tied at 3, and Jasmine Ocean is running around the table with a 6-1 lead over Chantal Stadler.
Wow. So
Jasmine,
like she's
still playing well.
Yeah, indeed, and performing well in all disciplines. And also Pia Filler
as would be expected.
Yeah.
And well, so far in these tournaments here at the European Pool Championships, in the 14-1, Tobias, of course, from Germany, won the men's 14-1 with Mateusz Negoki, runner-up. In the women's 10-ball, Pia Filler. So the Germans have gotten quite a few medals. Pia Filler won the women's 14-1, and Ina Kaplan was runner-up. And then in the 10-ball, Konrad Yushushin won that with Stefan Kasper from Germany as the runner-up. And in the women's, the young 20-year-old from Turkish Cypriot, Ana Gafari, defeated Serra Rocha from Portugal in the finals of the 10-ball for the ladies. So that's been the action so far.
I will say, George, when I moved to the Netherlands, I used to go every year for a few years to a German tournament, the Hangelaar Open. And the one thing that I was so impressed, this will be 13, 14 years ago, was when we turned up for our first matches, the youth players from 10 up to 16 were all in there and had been in their hall for at least an hour, doing their drills, warming up, having a laugh, and socializing, and they were there to mean business. And if they were doing that as a daily routine, it just goes to show that now them young players are coming through on the world stage, and having two Germans together in this semi-final, another German in the women's semi-final, is paying dividends to the country.
Well, another advantage Germany had is they had so many players. They have had more I think they had the largest amount of players in the fields. And looking at the participants. And all this information is available at the epbf.com site. Bongers to break, tied at 5.
That's a focused look.
And has a 13 in the side, has 2 stripes hanging over the table, has 3 stripes all by themselves. That might be what he's looking at to run.
Yeah, indeed. What a break. And both of these players appear to have their break dialed in. And this is good stuff.
Yeah.
That 15 just span around in that corner pocket and refused to drop.
The fact that he has those 2 balls in the corners up on top of the table, blocking the pockets so the 6 and the 7 don't have a hole. I just don't see him taking the solids.
No. He's going to take that 15 deep in the pocket. Opening ball. Will he come down for the green stripe?
With this layout, he got about as tough as he could get. He's kind of limited himself to 1 ball, which is the 14. It appears to go by the 3. He'll come up towards the 2 to get on the 10 and the 12. Oh, he chose the other side. I thought it laid very natural to go the other way. Now he's in a little bit of trouble. Does that ball go by the 2 ball?
I don't know, but I agree with you, George. He opened up the pocket for the 10, but has come this way. and he's left himself a tricky shot here.
Yeah. His cueing's a little bit hampered, but he's made the ball very nicely. And I think he's on the 9. The 11 ball appears to be off the rail a little bit, so easily available. The good thing about the 11 also is he could spin the ball to the 5, to the ball in the side pocket. He's got the 9. He's got the 9. He's good.
Ooh.
He's overamped this.
Yeah. A little bit of adrenaline in the arm there, George, or just didn't expect to get so much action?
The draw stroke is just a little harder to control than the follow stroke. You can land the ball much lighter, much easier with the follow than you can with the draw, depending on the cloth, of course. But usually to me, the follow stroke is more accurate, much more accurate. He's gambling here.
Ooh, he's got away with it somewhat, George. He looked to bring it behind the 5, and the 5 was having a word.
He's got a good shot to the side pocket, but look where the cue ball's going. It looks like it's going towards the 2. Might have to leave himself a long pot on the 8, unless he works hard. He did, and he missed. Yeah, that wasn't the best of shots because of the angle. He was on the wrong side of the angle there, which is what happens when you play balls to the side pockets in 8-ball. If you're not perfect, you have to run the ball around, and it can cause things like that.
Wow.
I despise side pockets. I really do.
We should get rid of them, George.
Well, you said you were a one-pocket player, and now you know why I despise them, but
I mainly despise them because the middle pocket seems to like my cue ball rather too much. Now,
well, he's come up for the 7, probably come down for the 1, back up for the 6 from the 1, and then the 2 balls, the 5 and the 3 at the bottom for the 8 on the side.
And George, with these guys breaking so well at the moment, this could be a pivotal point in this match at 5-5. I'm not too sure if Stefan expected to come back to the table here, and
No,
he's got...
I don't think he did.
No, not at all. And he's got a good chance to break against Tobias's break, and if he does, and he continues to break with the premise he's had already, we could be looking at Tobias needing a mistake from Stefan. Well, we've just seen one from Tobias, so they're not immune.
Well, with Stefan breaking and running his last 2 racks, running out this rack that belonged to Bongers, needing these 3 balls, which are all stop shots. He'll just stop the ball and play the 5 to the side of the 8-ball over. So that'll put him on 6. If he breaks and runs like he did his last 2 racks, he's on 7. So that's how fast this match got away from Tobias. Not that it's got away completely, but he's going to be at a severe disadvantage.
No, you're right. And when these players are playing to this level, it is a real game of small margins. Stefan Kasper takes 1 against the serve. George is firing up now.
He doesn't look real fired up, but he's feeling it.
That's a really good point to make. He just calmly walked over to his chair.
Well, then again, you know, with pool players, a lot of people, a lot of fans will sit there and. Could you imagine?
We have a couple of them lurking around the odd tournament now and again, and it can be a bit off-putting, but also entertaining.
It is entertaining, but it's funny because a lot of the fans don't like to see that, except at the very end of the match.
Absolutely, and
so
even more, I think it's best to save it to the final, and then you have the best excuse to use it.
It's about the only time I would even consider jumping on the table. And at my age, I need a step ladder, so no.
Yeah, if I could even get up on it, I wouldn't be sure I could get off it in one piece. But
that's right. You know, 10 years ago, I jumped right up there. I won't do that anymore.
Well, the referee has just racked them together, and it appears Tobias is using his break. And while he's doing that, George, I just want to allude to a match that our dear colleague Joris was commentating on, and I, between Mario Hay, I just need to recollect now, and the opponent took their break at a real crux time of the match and used the 5 minutes, and just as he walked back in to sit down in his chair, Mario Hay gets up out of his and calls his timeout. And it's the first time I've ever seen that before.
That's called gameplay in there. That's called mind games.
Absolutely.
You know,
absolutely.
He tried to stall Mario, and Mario says, "I'll stall you. I'll teach you." Well, the ladies, Jasmine is now at 6-1 over Chantal. And let me freshen that up to make sure that's what it is. It is 6-1, and Pia Filler is tied with Anna Gradinsnik, tied at 4. As for the other semifinal, it looks like Wojak is still at, what are we? Just freshened it. Maji is 7-5 over Shevchak, so he's on the hill, and I'm sure that if he wins that game, Shevchak's at the table, though, when I look over there as we see the screen now. So maybe closing in on a game. He's got looks like a full rack of balls to work through.
It doesn't.
And there you see Pia Filler. Pia Filler at the table for the ladies. Now this would be big for Pia to go into the finals after winning the straight pool. That'll get her points way up, and Germany in medals also.
Absolutely, and we could start to see a lot of Germans picking up silverware at this tournament if it continues like this.
Well, unfortunate for the Germans, only one of these two will progress to the final. But there will be a bronze, won't they? Which one?
Yes, I believe so. Yeah, I was just questioning which one it will be, and I can't pick one between them right now. And the only difference, I think, has been what we've just witnessed, which is Stefan taking one against Tobias's break. So I'm really intrigued to see how this one's going to play out.
Yeah, as for the which one between the two Germans that we're watching, Stefan, of course, is in a better position to win this match since he's breaking the balls to get the 7, and he's already broken run 3 racks. So actually both players have 3 break and runs in this match so far. But if he gets one here, he's on the hill.
Exactly, and he has had a run of them, as you mentioned.
It looks dry.
It does, George. It does, George. And is there another twist to come in this match?
There's always twists. This is why we play pool. This is why we watch pool.
It's in my nature to ask the question.
It's in my nature to try to give an answer. Sometimes I'm way off base, but sometimes I'm on cue.
No, but that's the great thing with 8-ball. There are so many options. We can get it very right. We could also get it very wrong, and more frequently wrong. But I don't mind that. I don't mind that at all.
Well, this rack looks good for Tobias to work his way through. 8-ball's in the middle of the table. All the stripes are open. One lowly soldier at the bottom of the table that he'll probably go to now. And when he comes up, he's got them all open on the side. No, he's not going to come to it now. Oh, he's got plenty of ways to get down to work that ball out on the bottom of the table. He'll take care of the up table traffic and then work his way down.
Yes, and Tobias must have had his eyes widening when he realized that break of Stefan's was going dry. And he's doing the business now, George. Yeah, he's bringing that cue ball back into a lovely position, although maybe just run over a little for where he was wanting to be if he was looking for the 12 next. May still be able to see the 11 ball, the red stripe there on the left hand side by the left center pocket.
Come up for an angle. Needs an angle to go forward to get to this 12 ball by the side pocket. Straight across from the 8. He might not have it. He might have to settle for the long pot. He could possibly, if he wants to risk it. Oh, he can't go rail first because it's on the rail. Is he going to stun this up? It's going to take a good stroke. Oh, he did it smoothly. Very smooth. Careful with the side pocket is all he has to worry about.
Yes. Well, George, he giveth one to Stefan. He bringeth one back to Tobias.
That's exactly right. He stole one from Stefan's break. What appeared to be an easy run out for Stefan, well, he failed to make a ball, so it was taken by the other German. Either way, it's on the board, tied at 6.
It is indeed, and whoever takes the next rack will find themselves on the hill and in prime position, or should we say 1 foot into the final. So this is a key rack in this match, and with Tobias to break, he will be fancying his chances on getting to the hill first. However, it will really depend upon his break, and if he gets to remain at the table. Our referee doing a lovely job there.
Bojana Banda from Serbia is our referee. Young lady's been working hard for 8 days here.
Indeed. And these players have been keeping her on her toes.
That's what players do. Maggi on the hill against Shevchuk in the other semi. We haven't heard an applause eruption yet, so we will if he wins that. Or does Shevchuk come back? It's raining balls.
It is indeed. And there's a big clump of stripes down by that 8 ball there. I don't know how that will affect his decision making here.
Yes, but they all have pockets. Except for the 10 at this point, but having the 12 so available, it's easy to maneuver. And by the way these balls lay out, I feel that, well, I don't know about this shot. This makes it a little difficult. I was going to say I favor Tobias to get on the hill first, but from here, it's tough.
Very, very tough. I don't think he's gonna...
He's going to have to take that 7 down the long rail. Pretty guaranteed to get on the 4, then the 1, but then he has to get perfect on the 2, so he might go from the 4 to the 2. Oh, it's in a tough place. He's got options, but they're all tough. Starting with this long pot, which he's missed. He left it out.
He has indeed, and he's handed an opportunity to Stefan for a look at the hill. He's got a couple of options for starting off. I can see the 9 does pass that 1. He may want to take it now, though. Has that 7 gone into a tricky spot there?
It blocked the 2 stripes that go to that hole. So he's going to have to, Stefan's going to have to contend with the 14 and the 15 to open up the 10 ball to that pocket. Actually, he may not have to. He can take it off of this ball here and get on the 15. Right after this one, he's going to slide over. Oh, wait. The 12 goes by the 7. And then these 2 also go by the 7. So he might be home free.
And then he will open up the 10 if he chooses to into the corner pocket that the green stripe is blocking at the moment. The 14.
Which he's shooting now. Doesn't want to bump anything. He'd rather maneuver around than bump anything.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a good opportunity here. And as you said,
he's perfect.
12 does pass. The 12 does pass, George.
Sure appears to. From the 10 to the 11, and then the 8 ball to the side, or the corner, either way.
Yeah.
Oh, he's gotten an angle that he can't go straight to the 11. It looks like the 8 ball's going to interfere.
Ooh, good spot, George. That is just off straight, and that cue ball will track towards the 8.
Oh, he's made it look easy. The angle wasn't so bad. He just looked at that and said, ain't so bad. And just went right by it. 8 ball to the opposite corner. And guess who's on the hill? and I believe will be breaking.
He will indeed. Stefan Kasper is the first player to get to the hill, but he's still shaking his head. Wow.
He didn't like something about his last shot. I'm not sure what it might have been. Well, the young lady said, "Gentlemen first, please," instead of the other way around. So,
wow. That's a turn up after that break by Tobias. I forever looked in the day that he would take that, but Stefan has got to the hill first and must be thinking he could be favourite here now. Tobias hoping to get back to the table. 7-6 in this race to 8, meaning Stefan's on the hill. This has been a semi-final so far. Is there still a little twist and turn to come yet? Will we see hill or not? Stefan to break.
A big one it is. Oh, beautiful break. Perfect. He's going to set up, that stripe's going to set up perfect. The solids are, he's got choice of solids. 2 open shots. Everything is open except for the one ball to the lower right-hand corner as you view the screen. But it goes to the opposite one, so his choice. The advantage to taking the stripes is that one is down already. And the advantage to taking the solids is that they lay perfect.
That they do, George, and this will be exactly the opportunity that Stefan was looking for. I have to say, in the main, both players have been breaking really well throughout the match. And it's only just been the finest of margins that has got Stefan to this point. But he is really in the driving position now.
Now he's coming to the one ball next, as this by this angle on the 3. And from there it's, you almost want to say home free.
Well, that is the one ball you were alluding to before that didn't have the obvious pocket. And he's worked his way into a lovely position there. He now just needs to negotiate a route for the cue ball to come back up for the remaining 3 solids, and good signs for Stefan here.
Well, he's got a roadmap, and he can read because he's straight in on this 5 ball to the upper left-hand corner, and then it's just a matter of the 7 and the 4.
Absolutely, and it's just the one pocket that the 8 ball can't go to down here, so he's not forced to get the cue ball into one position for the 8. He can make his decision depending on how he finishes on this 4, but I do like his chances here.
It would take a grave error.
Yes, it would, George, and one that we haven't seen from either player really. No major errors. Here we go, George. Hold on to your seat.
It's okay, I have armrest. And there it is. Stefan Kasper defeats Tobias Sponger in this 8-ball semi-final. He'll move on to the final to meet either Mark Maggi from Estonia or Wojciech Szewczak from Poland. And that might be over. Let me take a quick look before we bring you in here. It's not over. It's 7-6. Maji. No. It just turned 8-7. Shevchuk has defeated Maji. Came from behind. So it will be Kasper and Shevchuk in the finals at 1900 today.
Wow.
Stay tuned.
That will be
What
in
do you have to
25
say about
minutes.
this match? How's the end of your seat, sir?
I tell you what, either match sounded absolutely exciting to watch. I just want to thank you, George, for your time and for your insights there. It's been a pleasure to work with you again. Thank you very much, sir.
Of course. Thank you. And Jasmine Ocean will be in the finals to capture her 61st title. She'll fight for that, and she'll be playing either Pia Filler or Anna Gradiznik. And this has been George Teacha and Gethin Davies bringing you the live action here. Stay tuned. There's plenty of action here in Estonia. Beautiful city of Tallinn. Thanks, folks, for tuning in.
But it's always funny because, it happens to me every single time. I can do it, no worries. Thank you. just. Okay.
It's good to have some practice. I'll ask you to go to the corner.
Can you cue me? Can you cue me? Good evening and welcome to the final matches in the 8-ball division of the Predator European Pool Championships presented by the City of Tallinn. Firstly, on table 4, it's the under-23s, and we welcome into the arena from Germany, Denis Laskowski. And his opponent tonight, from Switzerland, Sylvain Starkerman. And on table 3, it's our wheelchair final, from Sweden, Henrik Larsson. And his opponent tonight, from Finland, Joni Tati. We're on to table 2, and it's the men's final. We welcome from Germany, Stefan Kasper. And his opponent tonight, from Poland, Wojciech Szewczak. And finally, on table 1, we We welcome into the arena, Pia Villa from Germany. And her opponent tonight, from Austria, Jasmine Ocean. Players, will you lack for break?
Jasmine, you got the line. Would you like to start?
Hi Mark, thanks for the intro. Yeah, we're in for a treat. I think it was only a matter of time before Pia and Jasmine locked horns, and it has to be a final. What better way to decide this final day than a gold medal match? I'm looking forward to this one. It should be very interesting and very exciting. Both coming off good semi-final wins.
You know, I was looking back. The last time Pia won this was in 2022, and the last time Jasmine won this particular discipline was back in 2017. Who's going to win the 2025 version? I think this is going to be very, very close. Although, having said that, Pia did come through a much tougher semi-final against Anna Grodiznik, whereas Jasmine had it a little bit easier over Chantel, winning 6-1, so she had a little bit more time to rest in between. But here we go. Only time will tell. Jasmine to break off then in this opening rack. Sit back, relax, enjoy, guys.
Yeah, straight away there, Mark, you see the two balls below the break ball going into the centre pocket. And just to touch on what you said a moment ago about the semi-finals, I had the privilege of commentating with fellow commentator Tim de Ruyter on the Pia Villa and Anna Grodiznik match, and they had that break absolutely dialed in. They were getting those balls going in the sides in regular occurrence. First rack or so was a little bit tight, but then after that they had a few break and runs each, and it all come down to really one missed black opportunity from Anna and a nice break and run out from Pia. So she'll be full of confidence coming into this, but she'll have to be on it against Jasmine, because she can break just as well as anybody.
Yeah, if you remember, you and I commentated on Jasmine's first round match, didn't we, in this particular tournament? And she was very, very far from her best. She was actually behind and came back in the end against Angelina Albinaz, I think the lady was called, wasn't it? Albinaz? Do you remember that match?
I do. I think we were saying she was very out of sorts. She just looked like she was not settled at all. But first game, you know, you could understand maybe getting comfort levels in the match, and she had just came from arriving as well. If you remember, she didn't do the 14-1. She wasn't part of the straight pool, so she did just jump into the 10 ball. Obviously the 8 ball today, and she'll be around for the 9 ball. But she did battle through to the semi-finals in the 10 ball mark. Oh, and straight away with the safety here, putting Pia in all types of trouble. But yeah, she did battle through to the semis.
Yeah, it was the semis, wasn't it? And she's done what all great champions do, of course, Graham, and that's get better and better as the tournaments have gone on. And here she is in the final, whereas this young lady seems to have been on it right from the very get-go, winning the straight pool, of course, for the second year running.
Yeah, exactly. I think just finishing off on that 10 ball mark. She did lose out in the semi-final to the young Turkish Cypriot Alaria Ghaffari. 20-year-old went on to win the gold. What a moment for her against Sarah Rocker from Portugal. So a very nice win there indeed. I'm sure Jasmine was happy for her, even though she lost, the true professional that she is. But not a bit nip and tuck in this first round.
We have our men's final going on as well, guys. If you want that, that's on table 2 on Pro Billiard TV. Where's the cue ball going? Wow.
Wow, that looked like it touched the rail for me. I could be wrong.
Yeah, it did me as well. Referee saw it otherwise.
Yeah, it was quick off the mark.
She's closer than any of us.
Great opportunity here though for Pia. All of a sudden she has ball in hand from what looked like Yasmin being in control. So she does have an extension of 25 seconds as you mentioned there at the beginning, Mark, but time will catch up with her. She needs to think what she's doing. Is she playing safe here?
She's playing the bank, isn't she? Bank safe. Oh no, just the safe. Strange shot.
Yeah, I'm a bit confused because she's left Yasmin a very similar shot. She could even make this combo potentially. There is a gap there. It's not easy, but maybe she's locked her up pretty well. Yeah, there you see. She can kick into the 10.
She can kick into the 15 and then behind the 10 would be nice. Well, that's pretty good. He has left this stripe though to the top left hand corner if she wants it. Solids are all in the open, Graham. I fancy going for this one, don't you?
Yeah, I think so. She can just go forward past this 10 ball with the 7 in the corner, so good chance here. Maybe it was a right shot to keep it tight at the start. Well, she's missed that though by a mile. Early pressure, early nerves maybe, Mark here, just settling in. That was a good chance, but she misjudged that by some weight.
The gold-headed predator moose headrest is out and it's up on its haunches to go over the top of the balls. The golden colour celebrating 30 years of predator cues. Nicely done.
Yeah, it's a good shot. That was a bit tricky, very careful bridging over the balls. Now she has a pretty straightforward. Pull this up to the centre of the table and she takes this 12 in the top. If it does go past, if it doesn't, then she'll be playing the stripe in the top right corner. And then hold for the 12 in the side. And then for the 8 in the opposite side. Yeah, nicely done.
Looks very sprightly around the table. Graham looking very, very confident. Coming out, firing on all cylinders. The opening rack goes to the Austrian. Now I know they're very good friends, Jasmine and Pia. Albin and Jasmine often host Pia and Josh round their house to play some pool, work on some stuff together.
Yeah, I think there'll be a little bit of, obviously you've got the friend situation and it's always tough when you play someone you know very well, but they'll both be just as determined to beat each other, that's for sure. But it was a quite good observation there. Jasmine does look very sprightly, as you said. She looks full of energy, ready to get going on this.
it's a well-known fact that she loves to keep herself fit. She does a lot of mountain biking, she does a lot of swimming, does a lot of gym work. She hasn't done a triathlon yet, but I did ask her in an interview once, and it is an ambition of hers to one day do a triathlon. She's coming up to 40 years old. She doesn't look it, does she? She looks absolutely fantastic, I think, Jasmine. Lots of meditation and breathing exercises as well she does. Lots of yoga. All those good things, coupled with a healthy diet and a huge talent for pool. That is one dangerous pool player. Bit light on the break there. Let up on the stroke by the looks of it.
Yeah, I was curious to see how Pia broke in this match, because she did exactly the same breaks against Anna in the semi-finals, and I think every break she got a ball in the side. So interestingly that she didn't get one this time, but she did miss-hit the break ever so slightly because the cue ball did go to the left, but a dry break nonetheless, and solids will have to be the way. I think it's the only option she's got, but they're not too bad really. Mark the lane, okay.
Yeah, I'd rather be at the table than sat in the chair, that's for sure, Graham.
Yeah, absolutely.
You see the cue pushing through beautifully there, Graham. Such a great cueist, isn't she?
Yeah, she's definitely got all the shots. She's a very creative player. I think, like you say, when we commentated on her early match, once she got going, her safety play, she was putting her opponent in all kinds of trouble. But just running the balls out, her shot selection is also the highest quality. And I've no doubt she will find the right pattern here. She needs to get rid of these balls on the side rail, and that 3 ball is quite a nice ball to use either for a black or maybe helping her get on the 2 ball.
Yeah, 1-6. 3, 2. Taking the 6 ball first. Can use the 10 here if she wants.
Yeah, she's playing the 2 ball to come round for the 1 off maybe a couple of rails here. She's leaving that 3 ball for the black mark. I think that's why she left it there. She does have quite a nice path here to come 2 rails and kind of thread that cue ball through that 12 ball on the right side rail there. Yeah, nicely done. Needs to keep rolling a little bit more, would be nice.
Yeah, it's got to really get into the cube if she plays the 1 ball here. Low left hand, 7 o'clock on the clock face.
She might even run it off 3 rails, you know, depending how she feels. It's got one of those angles that might just take it 3 rail. That might be better, yeah, because then she can kind of run down towards the 3. Personal preference, Mark. Some people, all depends. I think that stripe ball just in the middle of the table there, the 11 ball, was a little bit of a nice line to go around very quickly. Blink of an eye, and it's 2-0, Mark. She's punished Pia for that early mistake in the first rack with picking up the pieces here in a dry break.
Yes, dry break, but Ocean on the crest of a wave. The 2nd in a row in this race to 6. She's a 3rd of the way there already, and she will be breaking. And we saw her first break made both of those wing balls, Graham. So things looking very, very good for the Austrian here.
Yeah, definitely. And she's so dangerous on the break, Yasmin. She's definitely got one of the best breaks out of the women. She can generate so much power if needed, but also the finesse and control of that cue ball is right up there. Very dangerous.
For those of you wondering what's going on the other table, Wojtek Szewczyk is 1-1 with Stefan Kasper. That's available to watch on Pro Billiard TV, of course, as well. We have a wheelchair final as well. Henrik Larsson in action in that. We have our under 23 final as well. We have our teams still going on, and we still have the 9-ball to come. And if that wasn't enough for you pool fanatics, we've got a little thing called the Euro Tour coming up when all that's finished. Now then, no ball down.
No, and look at those stripes all gathering in the bottom corner. Does that invite the solids to be a more favourable option? Great to have a look here. Wow, they're both not too bad.
Three ball for the starter, Graham.
Yeah, great minds think alike. Just thinking that solids are probably just a better option just because of where the balls are around the centre pocket. Those stripes down the bottom are potable, but there's a little bit of maybe bumping going on down there, so I think she might even play for her tricky ball now. No, she's not choosing to. Thought she might. Yeah.
Too much bumping and grinding on stripes down there, Graham. I remember those days. They're long gone.
Yeah, I think if you can avoid bumping too many balls, encouraging bad things, that could possibly happen. But she does need to figure out this little 2-ball problem. Can she go there sooner rather than later would be ideal. And that's what she's looking at, maybe. Also the 7 needs a bit of attention. Yeah, she's a bridge again, Mark. She's left it a little bit in the stretch region. I don't think she would have reached that. She's obviously right-handed as well, so she can't reach that naturally. I'm interested to see which way she's going to go here. I'm wondering if she's playing 1 ball, then the 6 in the side, rolling down for the 2, followed by the 7 to get on the black, maybe.
Slight angle, I think she has, just the very slightest. Maybe can stun down. Little nod saying, I'm not quite where I wanted to be, unfortunately. She could just stop the cue ball.
Yeah, I just think where that 7 ball is, she did have a chance earlier in the rack to get down there for that 7 and try and remove it quickly. But now the angle on the 2 is not ideal. Does she play for a 7 bank? I don't know.
This.
Yeah, can she hold? Don't know.
Does she play with lots of right hand spin?
Don't know if she can. The angle looks a bit too much unless she tries to somehow come back up above the black or into the black. This is not straightforward. Things could go wrong here. She's trying to go into the black. Oh, that's a pretty good shot from there, Mark.
That's very, very good. Still the problem though. 8 ball. If she plays it into the side, she's got to play it with pace, this 7 ball. Extension called.
Yeah, good call, Mark.
Into the top corner. What do you reckon, Graham?
I think the side is the shot, but yeah, what you said is really important. It will need a little bit of pace, and as we know, a little bit of pace from an acute angle in the side might get a bit, could spit it out. That's why she's decided to play it a little bit slow, and that's why she's a bit short on this black mark. So a test her black here. This becomes a big moment in this match because she doesn't want to go 3-0 behind, that's for sure.
Yeah, this could be a turning point for sure. Doesn't have to worry about the cue ball. Just concentrate. Keep that head still. She's overdone it. Oh, she's got it off the lip.
That was a big
pace. Oh, yes, it was. 3-0 or 2-1. Huge difference in this final in such a short race of 6. So the dry break from Jasmine Ocean, believe it or not, causing the damage there. Now, Graham, I have a question for you. Have you ever heard of a competition called wife carrying?
I think I have. It sounds crazy, but I actually think I have.
Yeah, you have. Look, there's Joshua and Albin. Are they talking at the moment?
I'm sure that's all good.
Sister and wife going at it on the table here. Yeah, going back to the wife carry. Well, Estonia are actually world champions at it, and it's also in the Guinness Book of Records. Wife carrying, I've actually seen it. The wives are carried over the backs of the guys with the, it's hard to explain really, I'll stop it there. But yes, wife carrying is an actual thing. Joshua hoping his wife is going to be carrying a trophy home later this evening. Breaking off 2-1 down, nice break, both balls in the side. That's the break, Graham, that's the break.
Yeah, that's the one I was referring to, and Tim and I talked about this. Tim even made a joke. He said maybe he needs to adopt this break himself or try to find a way, because both Pia and Anna broke very similar ways, and as you can see, Mark, the balls, you're spoilt for choice. It was incredible. They've definitely been putting the hours in. Works.
Well, I'm a big believer. It's not about power, it's about timing. And the way you time your tip of your cue through that cue ball, pushing your cue towards that head ball, it's all about that. All this break popping and slamming it and legs flying up in the air, I think that's a thing of the past. With all this new equipment now that you have, the latest technology in balls and cloth, and these, climate controlled arenas, it's a different game now. It really is.
Yeah, and it's also the hours and hours of practice. I was just saying in the commentary previously, when we were kind enough to have Josh join us for the 10-ball final, and I had a chat with him there. I did the final with him, and he told me that they do spend a lot of time practicing all the breaks for all the disciplines. So I'm not surprised in the slightest that Pia has figured a break out that works for her in 8-ball, and she's using it very well, and it's, well, she's in the final, so definitely something's working.
You certainly don't reach a final of any pool tournament if you're not breaking well. Of course, you need all the other attributes as well, but it starts with the break, doesn't it, Graham, to give you those opportunities to show all your other skills off.
Yeah, it certainly does. I think the break just probably the most important part of the game now, it has to be said. You can't take it for granted and just whack the balls. You need to make sure you give yourself the best opportunity, and that's what Pia's done here. She's taking these balls very nice. The black needs a little bit of focus, but the way these are, she takes a 1-ball and then the 5-ball, and then leaving that nice ball right next to her hand to get on the black. Perfect. Just a slight little draw here, Mark, I think, and then she'll roll it down the 8-ball in the bottom left corner pocket just by the blue 10-ball there.
just needs to get this angle right on the 6. Looks a little steep to me, Graham.
Yeah, I wonder if she can just drag it in. Maybe use all the pocket. Play that 6 ball into the kind of the back right side of the pocket as much as she can. Just drag it in. Yeah, she could even play in all good. Good response this, I have to say. Nicely done.
Yeah, I have to say, she looked in trouble at 2-0. But back level terms now, no problem whatsoever. Just another day at the office, isn't it, for a pool player? Ebb and flow, toing and throwing, up and down. Run of the balls change from player to player. So Jasmine is going to have to get out of that chair and produce a good break. 2-2 at the moment, Shevchik and Kasper in their final of the men's 8-ball division. So when does the 9-ball start, Graham?
Tomorrow morning, the 9-ball will start and the fireworks will begin. I'm very looking forward to the 9-ball. I just enjoy the creative side of jump shots, a lot more kicking, push outs. I do enjoy 8-ball. I think it's very exciting to see the patterns, but I do think 9-ball has just something special about it, where all kinds of crazy things can happen.
Yeah, we're treated to a real feast of pool, aren't we? All the different disciplines, it's fantastic. And what a great shot that is, look at that. What a beautiful picture. 2 in the side. She's happy, walks back to grab her playing cue. What do you see, Graham?
Yeah, first glance, that 5-ball went on the side rail just below the middle pocket. Doesn't look very good, or at least inviting wise. Stripes look pretty decent as well. She's got a couple of good connecting balls. Get rid of this. Balls down the table and up the table through leveraging other balls. Maybe this 10-ball could be a first starting ball just to get rid of that. She might even start down the table, but stripes for me, Mark, I think they look pretty good.
"60 seconds after the break to decide." I think she just called her extension as well.
Yeah, she's good. I'm half wondering if she might try to get rid of some of these stripes down the bottom end of the table, just because she has quite a good first shot. Yeah, that 14 ball. Get that out of the way.
Decision made.
Yeah, I think she might be trying. She's going to play the 9-ball now then, even. Either one was fine, but she needs to make a space for this 14 to go clean in the pocket, so removing this one is good. She might even just drop it in.
Yeah, good thinking from Jasmine. Okay, remove the 14 now, and then that's basically the last obstacle, or the last difficult ball that she has to get on. Now, I've met that young lady in America, that referee, and her name escapes me right now. I'm very sorry to say. I'm sorry, young lady.
I think her name is Eva. I might not be able to pronounce her last name though.
Oh, come on, at least try.
Poskochilova. Eva Poskochilova. I would say that's how you would pronounce it. I always feel like I mess up quite a few names. I always apologise in advance. But yes, the unsung heroes, the referees, doing a great job. Yeah, she can reach
short
this as well.
pace.
I think she should be able to reach it. She's not reached that. Thought she could lean over and just reach that one. Maybe it's just too far.
Yeah, perhaps she doesn't like being near the other ball there, the 4 ball. Taking no risks, and she looks pretty comfortable with the rest anyway.
She might need to back out though, Mark.
Oh, that was interesting. That was very interesting. The referee hanging on to the end of the butt end of that the bridge, then swung the head of the bridge. She didn't want to let go of it.
I mean, it is quite a nice looking bridge. But yeah, she's this has been a good run out by Yasmin. She had a great opportunity to remove a couple of those, I'm not going to say problem balls, but a little bit more tricky positional shots all at once at the bottom of the table. I think she already made her mind up where the black was going off that 10. So a good run out there. Pia will need to return the break and run.
So my pick for the men's 8 ball, Sanjin Perlevanovic, failed. Now Mark Maggie, I believe he was something like 6-1 up or something on Wojtek Shevchik and ended up losing that match. I can't believe that. He must feel gutted after that, the local man, Mark Maggie, as we see a focused Pia filler.
Yeah, he was 6-1 up, Mark. He lost 8-7. Absolutely brutal. Didn't watch that match, but we were commentating on Pia's match, but it must have been a very interesting one to watch or observe. You'll be feeling that tonight.
I actually sat with Pia and Joshua's mother and father watching the Moscone Cup in 2023 at Alexandra Palace. Great experience that was. And of course Europe won it that year. Jason Shaw's sister and nephews sat the other side of me. Natasha and little, I was going to say Connor, but that's Jason's son. There's that break again, look. So controlled. It's obviously something she's been working on, isn't it, Graham?
Yeah, definitely. It really is. She just lost the cue ball ever so slightly. She would have to take this one in the side, 6 ball. I think the 4 ball does go in the side as well. It's all about this 2 ball potentially after this pot. She will need to do something there. I think she is going into the balls. Yeah, well played.
Well played. I bet Josh is clicking his fingers right now.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just wondering as well, the way that the cue ball has drifted down. Good, when we see the table, we can have a look at the angle on that 4 ball. Yeah, I was wondering if she could play up for that 2 ball now. Go above it, try and play the 2 ball in the bottom left, but she looks pretty straight. Maybe from the overhead we can see what kind of angle she has on that 4 ball. Maybe she's got an angle on.
Yeah, she could draw off the 4, can't she, and leave herself an angle on the 1 to go up for the 2. Just a little roll through, leave herself a little angle.
Yeah, let's see what kind of angle she's got in a moment, because if she has the chance, then she can play on it. Like you say, maybe she can. That's what she's tried, maybe. No, she can't do it from there. Sorry, she can do it from there. She can go up for the 1, from the 1 up to the 2, but she needs to get the right angle on this 2 ball, because there's a little bit of traffic down there on those 2 solids that are left, the 7 and the 5.
What a shot.
She's a bit straight though, Mark. She will have to find a gap for this 7 ball, I think. She's going to have to roll through, kind of where the middle pocket is, around that area. Will give her a chance to get on that 7. Also wondering if the 5 goes in the left middle as a potential helping situation down there. Let's see. I think she's good. Yeah, she found it well there, Mark. A nice gap, that. Good pace control.
She's looking very good now for 3-3. Let's have a hill final, shall we? Why not? We're up anyway, Graham.
Yeah, exactly. We love the drama. Yeah, it doesn't go on the side. So she will have to come back up a little bit here. Oh, she's bumped it. I wonder if that'll work. That could be a problem. Well, it does go in the top left. Well, maybe it doesn't.
Oh, it doesn't go. No. Oh dear.
Yeah, there's only one shot I see here, Mark, which is a bit of a crazy one.
I know what you're going to say. Off the 9.
Yeah, that might be the only shot, but she would have to play it with a bit of pace. And then she's going into the 8 ball as well. She could try and put the cue ball on the bottom rail, try and get some cover behind that stripe near the pocket. Yeah, she scratched though. That's not what she wanted to do.
Oh dear. Oh, she hasn't scratched.
Well, she'll take that for now. She also thought she scratched for a moment there.
She didn't mean to clip the stripe, did she? She was just coming. Oh, she's got away with one there. What does Jasmine have to go at?
Yeah, she's going to keep it tight. She's not going to take any risks at all.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that though, where she's put that stripe. Might need ball in hand to deal with that.
Yeah, it's a pretty... There is a combo on, 13-9. I'm sure if she does somehow get ball in hand from Pia here, then she will be looking at that straight away, Mark. You're right. But the 9 is still potable on its own.
Yeah, had to
That's a good hit
in the end.
Oh, here's a cue ball.
Well, the 9's on, I think.
I don't think she'll be flirting with that. I think she'll play this one down the rail on the left, Mark, and try and come to the other side of the table. She needs to be careful of the scratch, though.
Could play it with pace and just send it around the table. Hold the cue ball there. Would be okay also.
She left a gap. Oh, she's left a sniff, Mark. She has left a bank. It's not what she wanted. She'll be annoyed with that because it's one of those funny things you see it so many times. When someone leaves a bank that's unexpected, how many times do they get it? It's crazy.
Yeah, I thought she could have just killed the cue ball where the stripe was on the side cushion and she's guaranteed the hook.
Yeah, I think she tried to play it in an aggressive way. If it goes in, then she maybe would have been on for a combo from one of the balls near Pia's, near the cue ball there. Let's have a look. No, she's missed it.
She tried to make it. You think she tried to make the stripe?
I do.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, I do. Potentially. I think she was like kind of a shot to nothing. If she makes it, she can then play another safe if she doesn't like the position. But yeah, but your shot was probably the smarter one. Then she's guaranteed the hook.
Yeah, I just thought with those, I know they're possible combo, the 13-9, but I just thought ball in hand would kind of... Plus, you know, you're making her kick at a ball when you never know where it's going to go. Anyway, that's all history now. Could play aggressive off of the ball in the jaws as well, the 10, low right to go into those two, but she's not.
Yeah, I wonder if it
Maybe
goes.
now.
Yeah, I think that 9 ball is potable on its own if she can get. There's a ball right in the middle of the table there, that stripe. She could get quite good position from that, but I do like your shot, Mark. She could play with right hand spin, kind of head over to them. She'd be very unlucky not to have a shot on the 9. Oh, she's gone into the 9.
That's okay.
Either way, good safety. She'll play here. I don't think Yasmin will give Pia an inch this time. I think she might lock up behind this orange 13. Take no chances. She's 3-2 up. Why push the board out?
Could have got a little bit closer to that, I thought.
Yeah, I agree. She's laughing, thinking she wanted to win the racket that visit because you bring someone back to the table. Well, in 8 ball, I would say anything can happen, but I wonder if she can try and put some balls safe, maybe. She's trying to put this on the bottom side of the 5, 2 reels. Just a bit too hard. Yeah, I think she tried to put it at the bottom of the 5 ball and just create more problems for Yasmin, that maybe hoping something can go wrong. It's always difficult in these situations, Mark, when you've got 1 ball left on the table. You're in real trouble street, to be honest.
Chance to get to within just 2 racks then of the title.
And that's what Yasmin does. When she has control, Mark, she tries not to give you an inch and she grinds you down and then pounces when the timing is right, and the timing is good. Yeah, that stripe next to the 8 ball is perfect in terms of stop shot for the 8.
May draw back to the rail. Oh, she's going forwards. She has an angle.
Yeah, might give her a bit more of a stop shot on the 11 going that way. She's gone absolutely perfect there. Little draw for the 8 in the bottom left, and she grinds out to a 2-frame lead here. 2-rack lead, sorry.
Well, I'm thoroughly enjoying this final. Absolutely fantastic. I had some great pool here. And this is day 8. Day 9 tomorrow. 10:45 will start with some 9 ball for you guys. We're treating you to a little bit of everything here in Tallinn, Estonia. Beautiful country. Now, is someone taking a time out? I think Jasmine may be taking a time out, or Pia. One of the two, that's for sure. Yeah, so I think we'll do exactly the same. We'll nip out, guys, for a quick break, and we'll be back as soon as the players are back. Oh no, I'm sorry about that. They're still here, and we're still here as well. Graham Hickman and myself, Mark White, bringing you all the action from what is this beautiful, beautiful country. I know because I've lived there. Now, did you know the biggest meteor ever to hit Earth actually hit Estonia on the island of Saaremaa, the place now called Kaali, Kaali, and I've actually visited there and walked in the crater that was created by the amazing meteor that hit Estonia, the biggest one ever to hit Earth.
Goodness me, Mark, you're a human Wikipedia. Where do you find these things?
On my travels, you know, that they say travel broadens the mind, right? It certainly does. Gives me plenty to talk about, Graham.
Absolutely. What a crazy statistic that is. I'm sure that's a very hot tourist location. Yeah, another good break there. She didn't get the balls in the side, but she did get a straggler in the top right hand corner, so this gives her a great opportunity to get on the hill here. Just needs to think about options, because there's a problem with the solid on the left side there with the stripe next to it. So she's just thinking what makes sense. Probably stripes might be the better option.
Yeah, this to get on the hill as well.
Yeah, she's just lining up her shot here. She's going to probably take this 9 ball and then take the 11 ball in the side. Try and get over for that problem ball just over her left shoulder. Oh, she's going straight for the problem ball now. This is a great shot, Mark. Well executed with that 11 ball, just waiting there in the side. Very nice.
Well, they haven't had a women's World 8 ball in a long time, but there is one this coming July. So what with this and the Euro Tour coming up, which is going to be 8 ball as well this year, the ladies will be getting plenty of practice at 8 ball for that upcoming WPA World Final. That'll be interesting. Shevchik 4-3 up now on Stefan Kasper.
How's the pace? She got past the 10.
No.
Her face.
No.
Should be annoyed with that. Quite a bit of room for error.
Does she come up with a combo? She has to.
That's the only shot. Yeah, it's the only shot, Mark.
No safety.
Well, it's a rack winner, that's for sure, if it goes, because she'll have natural position on possibly both stripes. This is no gimme for sure. Very tough, but no other choice.
Kind of when you're forced into it, Graham, you tend to give it that little bit extra, because there's a lot riding on this. If she misses it, she probably loses the rack. If she makes it, she'll win the rack and be on the hill. Well, clever little safety. Has left a long 1 ball.
Left a tempter. Yeah, let's have a look and see what options Pia has at the table. Yeah, that one is a tempter. She does have a bit of a safety off the 3 ball down at the bottom, but I feel like she's got to go for this.
Yeah, can stun to the side rail, kind of as if she'd be playing the orange 5 into the bottom left, and maybe not leave anything easy on the 10 ball. Well, the bridge is getting some use, isn't it? I've never seen it used so much.
Yeah. This was the other shot. I thought, just bump off the 3 and try and come up behind the 4 ball there. The risk with this shot is that there is a shot that she has left, and she might force Yasmin into going for this one in the side. Don't think it goes in the corner, but it's probably worth the risk now. She's asked her the question, basically, Mark. That's what she's done.
I wondered if she might consider getting the jump cue out and playing the 10.
What a shot she's played.
What a shot. Needs another one in the other side.
Yeah. It was a tough one for Pia there. It's kind of, do you go out on your sword and go for the one ball, or do you kind of, give Yasmin a very, very tricky one and hope that she misses it? It's a tough choice to make.
Yeah, kind of handing over control though there, aren't you, in that situation?
Yeah, and I think when like you said it yourself, Mark, when you're forced into a situation, that extra bit of focus kicks in because you know it's a big moment. I don't know, I prefer maybe, unless she could have got a snooker or a hook, I think that might have been an okay option. But to leave kind of a half shot on the stripe, very, very risky for me. I think I would have fancied Pia to pot the one ball, if I'm honest. She was playing very well. Trust yourself. Go for the shot. Now.
Yeah, totally agree. And it's going to cost her this rack. And it's going to be on the hill.
Yeah, she's just landed a bit in between there. She would have loved a nice little easy one in the middle, but she might have to take this in the top left, potentially. Looking at this overhead. Yeah.
Cameraman thinks the same. In
So
it
does
goes,
Yasmin.
right in the heart of the pocket. Well, she lay in bed tonight wishing she'd gone for the one ball there, Pia.
Yeah, I think in hindsight it's a wonderful thing, isn't it, Mark? I should have gone for the one, she's probably thinking, but if Yasmin misses the one in the middle, then she thinks that was the right shot. This is how pool can be so tough on the mind.
The only thing I'm thinking is if she'd have looked, if she'd have considered that Yasmin was going to take that ball on into the side, she would have seen that there was no work to be done to get on the next stripe, you know, so she could kind of go all in on that, just make the pot, and she knew she had the 11 ball into the opposite side pocket. Maybe Pia didn't have a look at that and think, well, you know, she's not really going to go for it because what else is she going to get on after it? We'll never know.
Yeah, but what we do know is that Pia really needs to get a good break here, and ideally get those balls in the centre pocket and get a chance for a break and run.
Was the cameraman looking at the water bottle there, or was he wanting us to focus on them beautiful cues? The pink BK Rush, of course.
Yeah, they're both using it.
Cancer push.
Deja vu. It's a lovely break that, by the way, Mark. Absolutely fantastic. Look at these balls. Bunch of flowers. Spoiled for choice again, and I think these spots are looking quite nice from a dot-to-dot point of view.
For Stefan Kaspers and Wojtek Szewczak at the moment in the men's final. That's over on table number 2, if you want to go and check that out, guys. We're very much focused, as is Pia, on table 1.
I kind of like taking this 4 ball out just under the black. If she has got an okay angle to get out, I'm not sure if she does. She might have to play the 7 maybe. Yeah, it's a little bit off angle on a couple of balls here, so 7 ball it is. Maybe she can get up towards that 4 ball now, or she might have to leave it until the end. Yeah, she's coming back up.
Well, we do keep an eye on the chat every now and then, guys, and pick out a few things that you're talking about occasionally, and we just seen that you're talking about why aren't they using a rack. It's because the table is tapped. There's a little template that they put on the table. They then tap balls into the cloth, which puts little indentations in the cloth which holds the balls nice and tight together.
Yeah, she went a different route there because she didn't like the angle. Sorry, Pia didn't like the angle, but she's run a little bit awkward here. She's a bit frustrated there because she had a very good layout, and now she has to potentially cannon into a ball. It's hard to see the angle, but let's have a look.
Maybe the 8.
Oh, she's missed it, Mark.
Oh dear. Deceleration maybe, lap on the stroke.
Yeah, I think she tried to just drift down for the 4 in the bottom left potentially. But this Yasmin could pounce on this. This could be the match right here. She's gonna... Not sure if she's got an easy starter. She might have to go rail first. Top left. Unless she can see it clean.
She might have to play the 12 in the side.
Yeah, also an option. She's looking in the top. Surely it doesn't go in the top from here. That looks extremely tight.
Well, she had a look before. I didn't think it did. But she's in a better place than we are, that's for sure.
Cushion first. No, clean as a whistle. Wow. Great shot.
Well, I would have bet money. I would have bet your house on that, Graham, that didn't go.
Eyes can be deceiving on with the camera angles. I can tell you what I think might happen towards the end here. If she lands on these balls the way they look, she could be playing that 8 ball in the side where the 3 ball is potentially, just because of the connection of the dots here, where that 9 ball is and the 15 ball at the bottom of the table. That could be the final shot. Pia's not even looking.
Yeah, dejected looking Pia Filler in her chair. She knows what's probably coming. Her dream of winning the 2025 straight ball and 8 ball may have to wait another year. Needs a bounce here, and she's got it.
Yeah, I think she'll
Just
play a similar
bit more
shot.
to do, Graham.
Yeah, she'll probably play a similar shot, Mark. She might have to put a little bit on this. Nothing too crazy, just to try and get it back to the left side of the table. Centre table's also fine.
They're just back and forth.
Just to keep going a little bit. Just going to drag this in. And for me, it all depends how she lands on this 15 ball. If she lands just off straight, deep breath there by Yasmin. She knows she could draw that back just a little bit, and you can see there from a great angle that 8 ball can go in off the 3 ball. Or she might decide to come around, but let's see how she lands. She might even take it in the top, Mark, to be honest, to avoid all complication, because she's perfectly straight.
Yeah, doesn't want to risk overdrawing and ending up behind the 5, does she?
Yeah, smart choice. Take all the risk.
This 8 ball for the trophy. Yeah, down the end with the 8 ball. She came out fighting. She knew it was in. She enjoyed that. What a great final Jasmine Ocean has played there. Absolutely clinical from the Austrian. It just wasn't to be for Pia Filler, but there's more 9 ball to come. That starts tomorrow morning, 10:45. We're going to leave you with the presentation for the 2025 Predator Epbf European 8 ball champion Jasmine Ocean. There she is, having a little smile to herself. All that hard work, she's thinking, has paid off. What a great tournament that's been. Thank you so much for joining us, guys, here on Pro Billiard TV. I'm Mark White. Thank you so much to Graham the Brains Hickman, who's provided all the expert analysis for you. The cameras flash, and we're out of here. Thank you so much for joining us. For now, ta-da. See you tomorrow.
Your under-23s 8-ball champion, Denis Laskowski. Your 2025 8-ball European champion, Stefan Kasper. Your wheelchair gold medalist, Yoni Tati. 10 ball medalists please go to the tunnel between tables 2 and 3. Good evening and welcome to the presentation ceremony for the 10-ball and 8-ball disciplines here at the Predator European Pool Championships, presented by the City of Tallinn. Firstly, to present the 10-ball medals, we welcome into the arena. He's the Sports Director and Vice President of the Epbf, Tommy Laminar. And he's joined by the CEO of Predator Group, Mr. Karim Belhaj. Firstly, the wheelchair division, and the bronze medals. We welcome in Matej Brajkovic of Slovenia. And Kim Ronny Nygaard of Norway. Our silver medalist from Slovenia, David Slacek. And give it up for our gold medalist from Sweden, Henrik Larsson. The national anthem of Sweden. And on to the women's division. Firstly, we welcome bronze medalist from Germany, Ina Kaplan. And she's joined on the podium by Austria's Jasmine Ocean. Our silver medalist from Portugal, Zara Rocha. And our gold medalist, Turkish Cypriot, Alara Ghaffari. Show your respect for the Turkish national anthem. Moving on to the men's 10-ball division. Bronze medals go to, firstly, from Spain, Juan Carlos Esposito. And he's joined on the podium from Slovakia, Christian Marova. Our silver medal goes to, from Germany, Stefan Kasper. And finally, the gold medal from Poland, Konrad Juszczyszyn. Show respect for the Polish national anthem. That concludes the 10-ball medal presentations. We'll be commencing the 8-ball medals and trophies very shortly. Do we have all the 8-ball medalists at the ready, yeah? Now it's time for the 8-ball presentation. To present the trophies, we welcome into the arena the Youth Sports Director of the Epbf, Anne-Sophie Lofgren, and with her the Honorary Board Member of the Epbf, Carl-Joran Grönqvist. Firstly, the wheelchair division, and our bronze medals go to Vladimir Georgievsky of North Macedonia. And Emil Malinowski of Poland. Our 8-ball silver medalist is from Sweden, Henrik Larsson. And our gold medalist is from Finland, Joni Tati. Please show your respect to the national anthem of Finland. Moving on to the under-23s division, the bronze medals go to Arseni Sebastianov of Finland. Joined on the podium by Christian Morova of Slovakia. is from Switzerland, Sylvan Starkerman. Your under-23s 8-ball champion from Germany, Denis Laskowski. And now, the German national anthem. And now moving on to the women's medals. Our bronze medalists are from Slovenia, Anna Gradiznik. And she's joined by Chantal Stadler of Germany. Our silver medalist from Germany, Pia Villa. And finally, Your gold medalist and champion from Austria, Jasmine Notion. And now, the Austrian national anthem. And finally, it's the men's division of 8-ball. And our bronze medalists from Estonia, Mark Maggi. He's joined by, from Germany, Tobias Pongers. Our silver medalist, from Poland, Wojciech Szewczak. Finally, our gold medalist and Predator European 8-ball champion from Germany, Stefan Kasper. And now, the German national anthem. And that concludes the presentation ceremony. And could all champions of 8-ball please congregate in the arena.